Go ahead, Chair Rubin.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everybody to the March Civilian Oversight Commission meeting. We had some glitches this morning, as is easy to see in this crazy tech world, and our superstar tech people will hopefully get the rest of that fixed. I trust you and your families are doing well. Before we begin, I'd like to once again acknowledge the traditional territory of the Tongva people and extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn on their territory. I also want to take a moment to recognize the recent increase in hate crimes and racially motivated violence that have occurred in our country against Asian Americans and other communities. We stand in solidarity with these communities and condemn these acts of violence. I also want to make mention of a couple of other events. Less than 2 weeks from today is the day that we honor and celebrate Cesar Chavez, the Latino American civil rights leader and activist. And I can't let this moment go without acknowledging another tragic death in East LA at the hands of the LA County Sheriff's Department, David Ordez Jr. I'm hoping that at the Sheriff's Department update that the spokesperson will at least say something about that. It gives me, as I indicated, we have many challenges ahead and opportunities ahead. Our next meeting is April the 15th. And of course, our work continues even when we're not meeting. Ingrid Williams, will you please take the roll?
Good morning, everyone. I'll be taking the roll right now. Commissioner Bonner? Commissioner Giggins?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Ochin? Chair Rubin?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Thompson?
Present.
And Vice Chair Tolentino.
Okay, is that everybody?
This is Commissioner Bonner. I'm here just in case. I think I was muted.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Tolentino. I'm here. I didn't quite hear my name.
Yes, it was
Okay, welcome everybody. As a reminder, I want to let you know that before we get started with all the details, I am going to ask Commissioner Giggins to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Chair Rubin. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
To the flag
of the United States
of the United States of
America
And
and
to
to the republic for which it stands,
one
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and
justice for
justice for all.
Thank you. I want to, as a reminder, if you want to provide a verbal public comment, you must log in to WebEx if you're calling via telephone or watching the hopefully soon Facebook live stream. You'll not be able to provide verbal comments. To join WebEx, visit coc.lacounty.gov, click on the link to register and join in the meeting. When you register, you'll be able to select the agenda items you would like to comment on. You may also raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host to ensure you're in a queue for verbal public comment. When providing public comment, please eliminate as much background noise as possible. Depending on the number of participants, we'll either have 1 or 2 minutes of public comment per person per agenda item. To ensure every attendee who has signed up for public comment is able to speak, and in light of the implementation of the family impact remarks procedures, yielding one's time to another member of the public will no longer be necessary. If you'd like your name placed in the official minutes, please indicate so in your comment. If you have technical issues, send a chat to the host through WebEx or email at cocnotify.coclacounty.gov. For those of you calling or watching, as I said, the hopefully live stream on Facebook, you can find the link to submit written public comments from coc.lacounty.gov. All correspondence submitted before 5 o'clock today will be part of the official meeting record and attached to the meetings. With that, let's get started. Turning to agenda item number 1, staff recommends approval of the consent calendar. Included in the consent calendar is approval of the February 18th meeting minutes. Do any commissioners wish to move any consent calendar items to the regular agenda for further discussion? Hearing no response. Jennifer, are there any public comments regarding the consent calendar?
No public comments for this item.
Then if there is no objection, the prior minutes on the consent calendar will be adopted. At this point, I'd like to move to agenda item number 2, updates from the ad hoc committee on the Sheriff's Department budget. As an aside, and our executive director, Brian Williams, will speak to this later, I do want to mention that the COC will be hosting a 2-part virtual conference regarding the public safety budget. And just to give you a heads up, and Brian Williams, our executive director, will talk about that in his portion of the meeting. The ad hoc committee on the Sheriff's Department budget began meeting with Sheriff's Department subject matter experts in December of last year to discuss the department's priorities and proposed budget. We have several department representatives present to give us further insight and answer questions regarding the sheriff's budget and priorities. Captain John McBride from the Personnel Administration Bureau from Administrative Services Division, Director Conrad Meredith, and Assistant Directors Richard Martinez and Glenn Joe. Also from the Mental Health Evaluation MET Team, Lieutenant John Gannon will be available to answer questions related to the MET Team as a priority of the Sheriff's budget. I'd like to introduce at this point and have him take over the presentation the chair of the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, Vice Chair Kaz Tolentino, who give us an overview of the Ad Hoc Committee's activities and work and the budget and priority setting process. Thank you, Chair Tolentino. Vice Chair Tolentino, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Chair Rubin gave a very good summary of the events that we've been doing as a committee. The committee member consists of J.P. Harris and myself, and we've been ably staffed by Tracy Jordan Johnson and Frederick Chung. The committee requested, received, and reviewed prior fiscal year budget priorities and budget summaries during that period. And we also received a budget priority process presentation from the CEO and the Sheriff's Department subject matter experts before the budget priority proposal submission in January. The committee received a fiscal year 2021-2022 budget priority presentation from the Sheriff's Department in February of 2021, after the budget priority submission by the Sheriff's Department to the CEO in January 2021 for the budget hearing now set for April 2021. And that's the presentation that you'll be receiving right after my few comments. Captain McBride will be doing the budget presentation, which is similar to the one that they presented to the committee. And Lieutenant Gannon is available for clarification with respect to the Met teams. The committee has also identified 5 priorities for adoption by and consideration by the commission, and will be discussed after the sheriff's presentation. Captain McBride, the floor is yours. Is he there?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Captain McBride, it seems that you're muted now. If you have any additional sources where the meeting is streaming at your location, other speakers, if you could turn off those other speakers and then unmute yourself on the screen.
This is Captain McBride. Can you hear me now?
We are hearing a lot of echo. Do you have any other sources of the meeting playing in the background?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there's quite a lot of echo. And it looks like you're also having an issue with connectivity. If you can send me your cell phone number in the chat, I can have the system call you and you can speak and give your remarks over the phone.
Well, we're waiting for that to get squared away.
On our end, everything seems to be muted. Commissioner Rubin, can you hear us now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Commissioner Tolentino, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I'd like to start out just for a point of reference. Has the ad hoc budget committee been able to do relay any of that 90-minute presentation that we gave on February 25th to the ad hoc committee? Have you relayed any information to the commission, or are you asking for a repeat of that presentation?
I think we were going to be asking for a repeat of the presentation. I think there's I guess a smaller presentation to be presented, because that presentation took quite a long time. It took about at least the various slides took about at least half an hour, 45 minutes. Can you condense it into a few more, just to give us a highlight of the sheriff's budget priorities?
Sure, we could do that, and I'll skim through the PowerPoint that's been updated since the February 23rd. I don't know if Ingrid's given us the ability to share our PowerPoint. Is that possible? There we go.
Okay, go ahead, Captain.
So at this point, Captain McBride, I am sharing the PDF and I can advance the slides when you advise. If you prefer, I could make you a presenter so that you can share.
Just for the sake of moving forward, I'll just say advance if that works for you, Ingrid.
Perfect. We'll be waiting.
Okay. So as we start this presentation and this meeting today, I do want to acknowledge the presence of, like Commissioner Rubin said, of our executives from the Administrative Services Detail or Budget team. And we also have a number of executives that aren't here today. And I want to use this moment as we start this meeting to acknowledge our deputies and our staff that are essential employees that have more than 3,000 positive cases of COVID, and I'll get into that later in our presentation. But we have had 11 deaths of Sheriff's Department members, and today many of our command staff are attending the death of Sergeant Jamie Arakawa, who proudly served in the military for the Marine Corps and also in our East LA communities for more than 20 years as a deputy sheriff. He's being buried today, and we're remembering him and his service that he did not only to the country, but to many of the residents in East Los Angeles. And as we get into this presentation, you'll see just how the department has been impacted by COVID and not having as many personnel available to respond to our community. With that said, we'll go to the first slide. So here's the California government code that states what the Sheriff's Department is required to do per law. And I'll let you read that: preserve peace and enforce state laws, prevent, suppress riots, public offenses, execute local health officer orders, and to prevent contagious communicable diseases, maintain the county jails and care for the inmates within it, and serve all court processes and notice and direct emergency services. That just gives you a framework of what our mission is. Next. This provides a little overview, and we shared it with your ad hoc committee, of just how large the Sheriff's Department is and how there's a variety of assignments for patrol, detective, community colleges, all county facilities, custody, special operation courts, and Parks Bureau as well. And our deputy to resident ratio is extremely low compared to national standards. Next. And if you're visual, this gives you an idea how big the LA County Sheriff's Department, 30 major US city police departments can fit within the borders of our county. Next. So getting into our budget priorities, it's important to acknowledge what some of the public safety trends are and how we came up with these priorities. As you could see, in 2019, we hired almost 1,100 deputies. 2020, we hired 521, and we've not hired one deputy sheriff in 2021, even though this year is our greatest attrition rate of sworn deputy members that we've had in 30 years. We do not have any academy classes scheduled for calendar year 2021. And you can see our civilians professional hired, which support the mission of the Sheriff's Department. we haven't hired, we've only hired 2 in 2021. Again, I mentioned our sworn attrition, and you could see how it's increasing. A lot of that has to do with 30 years ago, we hired a lot of people under the Clinton administration, and those people that were hired back then are hitting the age where they're retiring. And so we're anticipating a high level of attrition, and we don't have academy classes coming in to replace those. And our professional retirement is there as well. In addition to this, in 2020, the CEO eliminated 1,281 positions from the Sheriff's Department budget. That is defunding the police right there. And as we enter 2021, we are going to enact Measure J. The Measure J is the law of the land. It was passed, and we are sworn to uphold the law. And so we look forward to working with the CEO into how that Measure J and the reduction of Sheriff's Department public safety services are going to impact the Sheriff's Department and the communities in which we serve. And then finally, we anticipate that our net county costs, we're working with the CEO, and we're being told that we could expect as much as a 11% increase in the county net county costs on our Sheriff's Department budget as well. So we're anticipating huge cuts to our budget and to the communities in which we serve. Next
Captain
slide.
McBride, before you go to the next slide, just 2 quick clarifying questions. The cut of slightly over 1,000 personnel, how many of those are sworn personnel? That is to say, deputies. 1,000 or so.
It was about half and half, about 500. I think it's on the bottom there. 586 were sworn and 695 were civilian.
Okay, I'm looking for that. I don't see it, but okay. And can I assume that the reason that no new you have professionals hired, I think that means, well, you have, I think that includes mainly sworn deputies. It's hard to say, but only 2. I take it that's because of COVID. You haven't been able to have classes at the academy for most of 2021, or is there some other reason only 2 have been hired?
No, so we have over 600 people that want to work for the Sheriff's Department that have passed backgrounds and are ready to go. The number one reason we haven't hired anybody is the board passed a hiring freeze, and we haven't been able to hire anyone, both sworn deputy sheriffs and I apologize, professional means on the department civilian. It's synonymous with civilians. And so we haven't been able to hire civilians or even promote the ones into positions where people have retired as a result of the hiring freezes and promotional freezes.
I'd like to reserve commissioner questions following the presentation because I'm sure that there will be lots of questions. So Commissioner Bonner, if you could hold on to yours until then.
Okay, that's fine.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So if you look at our next slide, it's just a highlight of the October 1st of 19, the March 31st of 20, and April 28th of 2020, the board motions that instituted the sworn and civilian hiring freezes and promotional freezes. And that reflects Commissioner Bonner's question. Next. Now, I will tell you, we're all in this together in our county family. We've been working very close with Fisha Davenport's team on the CEO's office and trying to come up with how do we mitigate these cuts in the safest way to the communities that we serve. And, you know, there was a lot of unknowns last year, and there were some moves made, like the 1,200 plus positions that were cut, that were done very quickly. We feel that a lot of those cuts were not done in the best interest of the communities that we serve. And so we're working with the CEO's office right now to identify other positions that may not be as critical to community safety and custody of our inmates and in our courts, that maybe we could decide what positions get cut and without impacting the community. And that's called our LASD budget mitigation plan. And we have submitted a plan to the CEO, and we're working with them to implement that plan on a weekly basis. Next slide. And part of that plan that we implemented is not only redirecting certain positions that should be cut and restoring other positions, but it's making efforts to come within budget. Trying to come within budget. There's some things that occur with our budget that make it very difficult. Structural deficits and things of that nature that we'll get into briefly later. But one of the efforts that we've done is we've reduced our overtime, and we've done that. I know your slide says 62.5 million, but as of this morning, we've reduced our overtime $73 million year to date. And we've been able to do that by redeploying deputies in overhead assignments. So for example, a detective at East LA Station may not do 40 hours of detective work every day and be required to work a radio car where we would have paid overtime for someone to work. Now there's a concern there with our cities that contract with us because they're paying to get that detective service, and we'll eventually have to recover those costs and reimburse the 42 contract cities that pay for and contract with the county for law enforcement services. But in this year, in an emergency effort, we are reducing overtime, and we've been very successful at doing that so far to the tune of about $73 million. And obviously by not hiring people, we're saving money as well. That's another effort. We're trying to work with the state and maximize our AB 109 revenue. We're working with the CEO on that as well, and just identifying, what dollar amount should be reimbursable and coming to the Sheriff's Department, and just nailing that number down. We've delayed facility and maintenance repairs, and ongoing technology we've delayed as well. So next slide. And those were all efforts that we've been doing to try to work with the CEO and to come within budget. The sheriff's made it very clear that his goal is to work with the CEO and to come within budget. So with that being said, I'm moving to the Measure J slide. Measure J is a law that we're going to enforce and support, and we're going to work with the CEO on that. And we anticipate that'll be approximately up to another 500 positions that will be reduced from the Sheriff's Department. It's already reduced of the 1,251 positions. We anticipate it'll cause a reduction in some of our community policing programs, our mental evaluation team, our homeless outreach team, and our veterans mental evaluation team. And then also a reduction in our community outreach programs, specifically our youth athletic leagues, which is a alternatives to incarceration program as well. And then we also have, it makes it very difficult to have the resources to investigate our increasing crime. Like Commissioner Rubin said, we are also seeing an increase in hate crime, more specifically murders, and the investigative component for that has been drastically reduced in our ability to investigate that. So the next page just kind of highlights the public concerns on the increase in violent crime. And then to give you specific data, the following slide, the next one, if you can go one more, that's as of March 10th. These are our crime stats. And what's standing out there is our 152% increase in homicides in Los Angeles County. And what's surprising is when we did our presentation to Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Tolentino, That number was 112% just 3 weeks ago. And so we have a serious concern, and that's a top priority for the sheriff. As recent as last night, we met with the CEO team to work on developing a plan to institute a homicide reduction task force and trying to come up with some resources so that we can do that. The sheriff's made that a top priority. And if you look at the next slide, you could see just where these murders are occurring. These are by patrol district and supervisorial districts. And when you look at our central district, which is our highest district of murders, that is in our south central area. That's in Supervisor Mitchell's area. And you look at that, and she's got 17 more homicides in her area since from year to date over last year. And the sheriff would like to have the ability to have some resources so we could address that and move deputies around. But that is our becoming our number one concern, is the increased homicides. But they're increasing in all areas. Supervisor Hahn has a seven homicide increase over last year. Where it was 2, now it's 9 in the San Gabriel Valley. Supervisor Kuehl has an increase, over double homicides in her district. And then obviously in South District as well, you can see there's been an increase of 6 homicides. And it was high last year. So we need to be proactive on this. We look forward to working with the CEO and the Civilian Oversight Commission and the Board of Supervisors on collectively making our community safer and lowering our homicide rate.
Captain McBride, if you could wrap up your presentation. I mean, I see that we're only less than halfway through the slides, because I know that commissioners have questions. We have public comment questions. If there's a way you can summarize what you're looking for and what you're asking of this commission.
Okay, so we will move quickly forward. The next slide was just defunding the police and what that means. I'll let you guys look at that, and you will all have opportunity to have these slides at your availability so you can look at them later. 14 is another example of that. I do need to spend just a second on the increased personnel impairments and just how small the sheriff's department is becoming. With the 1,281 positions, you can go one more slide, Ingrid. With the 1,281 positions reduced, we normally have about 11% impairment with people that are sick and injured and off on FMLA. And we have about 130 position reduction to COVID. It just shows you how impaired we are to provide public safety. Slide 16 is kind of what you're asking about, Commissioner Rubin. These are our budget priorities. This is what we're looking at. Number one, we'd like the Board of Supervisors to allow us, as we enter the next fiscal year, to return the $143 million into our budget July 1st, so that we could use those funds for public safety. We'd like the CEO to realize, and the Board of Supervisors to realize, that when they approve one-time funding for certain projects, a lot of times, or all times, that doesn't actually reflect the actual cost it takes to do the job. And we'd like to resolve that structural deficit gap. We'd like to do body-worn cameras and have a rollout of body-worn cameras. We'd like to increase the homeless outreach service team. We'd like to reinstate the youth activity leagues, where we have deputies working with the community and the children as an alternative to incarceration program. We'd like to add custody assistants instead of deputies that work in the station jails, as they're less expensive, and deputies could be used for other purposes. We'd like the restoration of the mental evaluation team, the veterans mental evaluation team, and as we talked about the increased homicides, we'd like to have resources to address the increased homicide issue as well. And I'm going to just that was just a summary. I want to acknowledge slide 20, that, the sheriff is committed to care first and jails last. And we're working on trying to come up with, work with our community-based organizations and stakeholders on alternatives to incarceration. And, things like our YAL program and community outreach programs is going to assist us in that. And in an effort to be brief, I'll adjourn right there and end with the very last slide that just shows how large our county is. And at that point, I'll honor what Commissioner Rubin said, and I'll be available for questions.
Thank you so much. That's great. These are not easy issues, as you know, and we all know. I think that one question that I have, and then I'm going to see what other commissioners' questions they have, is legal payouts by the county for settlements on a variety of issues relating to the sheriff. Does that come from the sheriff's budget, or does that come from another budget in the county?
Yeah, that's a good point. And that does come from the sheriff's budget. And what we've seen is we have a reduction in the number of lawsuits against the sheriff, but the judgments themselves are higher. So while we're doing Sheriff Villanueva is doing a good job on risk management, the judgments are actually higher. And I think we're estimated about $70 million this year. So far, year to date, we're at about 22 million. And so that is an area, you know, we're working with the CEO on, for example, our first line supervision of sergeants. And that's what helps our risk management. And we're working with the CEO to get permission to hire sergeants and promote deputies so that we could have supervisors out in the field that recognize a risk management situation before it actually occurs.
Okay, that's helpful because I noticed in your presentation in the slides there was no mention of the amount of money that was paid out and how that is that ultimately comes from the sheriff's budget.
It's
So
on line page 13, but to be brief, I skipped it.
okay, I'd like to have some see if other commissioners have questions. If you'd indicate, yes, go ahead, Kaz, please.
Yes, the committee, after seeing all these slides, and the ones that Captain McBride kind of skipped over were very detailed information about their budget priorities. We looked at those as a committee, and JP, pop in whenever you want to add anything. But we decided that there were certain priorities that were important for us to move up in their priority list, and there are 5 of them. One is body-worn cameras. It's a sheriff's priority of number 3. We would recommend that it becomes number 1. And this is in alignment with the commission's adopted on July 26, 2018 about body-worn cameras. And then the next 3 were to raise up to higher priority the various community policing programs. The mental health team restoration is number 2 for the committee, and it is the sheriff's priority number 7. The Integrated Response and Crisis Intervention Bureau, which is the sheriff's priority 8, we wanted to make it number 3. And the Veterans Mental Evaluation Team, the sheriff's department priority number 9, we wanted to make it number 4. And with respect to, we didn't quite reach it, but to make the Public Records Act additional staffing priority number 5, and that's the Sheriff's Department priority number 12. Let me add for number 5 because it supports the Commission's purpose of transparency and oversight in being truly responsive and expedient in providing timely information and communication to the community. I think in many times we would say they would add that the information technology is not there, or the staffing is not there to be responsive. With respect to the body-worn cameras, I think that speaks for itself. The various community policing programs are because the MET program restores our alignment to be back with up to the 60 to restore the positions to get up to 60 positions. And the various intervention bureau programs and evaluations are essentially there to enhance the community policing of the sheriff's department. The other areas that were priorities for the sheriff's department, their priority 1 or 2 are more like, as I think Captain McBride described, as there's structural deficits, and those are normally kind of problems that arise or are considerations on a department-wide basis. And we wouldn't, they're not part of the priority because that's part and parcel of the department's ability to function in certain ways. JP, do you want to add anything? I guess not.
No, actually, I do, just briefly. Thank you, Cass, for your presentation. And I just want to emphasize that even though the ad hoc committee reshuffled the priorities, it's not that we don't support the budget requests of the sheriff's department. Each and every one of those budget requests are important, and we recognize that, and we want to make sure everyone is clear on that. However, we feel very, very strongly in the 5 recommendations we have made as far as the ordering of the priorities by the sheriff's department. We know people of goodwill can come to different conclusions. However, we feel, given where we are today, that our 5 recommendations for priority, I think, would serve the residents of the residents of Los Angeles County exceedingly well. I only will point up, the tragic death of the young man in East Los Angeles here within the last couple of days, and the fact that there weren't enough MET units in the field to respond in a timely manner, even though they were in fact dispatched almost simultaneously to that call. But because there are so few units currently funded and staffed in the county, they were unable to respond in a timely manner. And this just points up so tragically, how important these mental health units are. As much as we would love to see YAL groups reinstated, as much as we'd like to see the homeless teams advance, we do believe the budget dollars for the sheriff's department will be best spent on these mental health items, and that perhaps other priorities just need to be further down the list, and that the mental health ones and that the body camera and the Public Records Act things really need to be up at the very top of the list. So I appreciate what Commissioner Tolentino has said. And with that, I would like to make a motion that we, in fact, recommend we'd like a motion that a letter of support for the specific priorities we have delineated be made to the Board of Supervisors.
Before we get to that motion, I think that there are other commissioners who have questions. Commissioner,
I can respond to Commissioner Tolentino. It's refreshing to see we're on the same page. We agree with a lot of those budget priorities that the ad hoc committee has suggested. We're on the same page, and we've had discussions about that. But I will tell you, without items 1 or 2, we don't have the money to do what you're asking. We don't have the money, and we don't have the personnel to implement what you're asking. But we are on the same page, and we would love to readjust our priorities, given if we were able to do that.
At this point, we have several commissioners who have questions. Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Ochen, and then Commissioner Bonner. Go ahead, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Captain McBride. Could I just clarify something? In doing some research on judgments and settlements related to the click misconduct, I was told that settlements and judgments against the LASD were paid out of general county funds. But you told the chair that they're actually paid out of LASD budget funds. And I was just seeking some clarification.
Yeah, it's all taxpayer dollars, right? It is sheriff's funding, allocated funding to the sheriff's department that pays for risk management. Now, there are other liability funds and, depending on contract cities, if something occurs there. But in response to your question, no, it's money allocated to the sheriff's department, and judgments impact our budget.
I'm just not sure I understand it. So is it actually your annual budget pays the judgments? Because Board of Supervisor staff has told me that it comes from general county funds, not the sheriff's budget funds.
Well, yeah, every penny we get comes from the county. But yes, and so in theory, that's accurate. But when we get X number of dollars per year that we're allocated to provide public safety, a portion of that is committed to liability costs. Yes. So it's coming from the allocated budget of the sheriff's department from the county.
Okay, that's just the opposite of what I was told. So I appreciate the clarification. I guess I'll go to the staff of the Board of Supervisors.
Commissioner Chen.
So I just want to know how much is, just to follow up on Commissioner Kennedy's question, how much was allocated last year to the Sheriff's Department for liability?
I want to say it's approximately a $20 million budget, but our cost exceeded that, and that impacts the rest of the budget.
So was the amount that exceeded that $20 million, because it looks like on your slide it was about 34 million, was that taken from other parts of the sheriff's budget, or did the county cover the additional amount?
Yes, I'm going to give you, I'll turn you over to Richard Martinez, who's very familiar with that, and he's going to respond to that question. It's a good question.
Yeah, I'll just take a second to answer that question. I will just add that our budget for the judgment and damages is approximately $20 million, but our costs in those areas fluctuate. They're highly volatile. And as Captain McBride mentioned, for this fiscal year, we're projecting an approximate $70 million cost in judgments and damages. Now, one of the things that the county has been very supportive of in the CO's office is allocating some additional funds and setting those aside in the provisional financing uses budget. And at the end of the year, transfer over some of those monies to help support or offset those costs. So I'll just leave it at that those costs fluctuate and are highly volatile.
So just to summarize, there's a portion that is allocated to the sheriff to cover liability costs. If those costs are exceeded, then the additional costs are paid from the county general fund and transferred to the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to, for folks, I know that we have had conversations about this generally, but I just want to be clear. What is the overall budget for the sheriff's department for this fiscal year?
So the overall budget is approximately $3.4 billion. And our budgeted county cost is approximately $1.7 to $1.8 billion.
I'm sorry, the 1.7 to 1.8 is what? I didn't hear you. That was a bit.
That's the budgeted net county cost.
What does that mean? Can you explain the difference between 3.4 billion and the 1.8 budgeted county costs?
So the 3.4 billion is the total budgeted spending appropriation. And that total spending appropriation is offset by several different financing sources: revenue, interfund transfer, and allocated net county costs.
Okay, and what are allocated net county costs? Can you explain that category?
Those are the county dollars that we receive from the county to offset our costs.
So the county pays you $1.7 billion or 1.8 billion, and you receive the additional amounts from contracts, from county cities.
Correct.
Or interagency transfers.
Correct, or state, federal grants.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
51.9 revenue, Prop 172 revenue, PSAF revenue, so different
Okay.
revenue sources.
Okay, but from the county directly, not counting interagency transfers, 1.7 to 1.8 billion. Okay.
Correct.
I want to clarify something on your slide about Measure J. Does Measure J directly take money from the sheriff's department's budget?
How do I do this? So I think that question is still up in the air, and that's probably most better directed to the CEO at this point, because we really we haven't seen how that's going to be implemented as of yet.
Okay, but then how are you able to make estimates about how it will impact your budget? So I just want to be clear for folks who are tuning into our meeting that Measure J sets aside 10% of unrestricted county funds. It does not call for reductions from any particular county entity. And the allocation of that overall 10% to justice reinvestment has not yet been, from my understanding, determined. So it's a bit odd that you all are already making projections, given that, as you said, the numbers haven't come out yet in terms of how that 10% will be allocated.
10%.
Yeah, we agree. We haven't felt the impact yet, but when you look at the language in the law and it says 10% of what's budgeted, you could do the dollar amount and you can anticipate what will be forecast.
But it does not say what is budgeted. It says basically the discretionary budget, not what's budgeted. It's the overall county budget that is discretionary, meaning not locked in by state or federal law or otherwise committed by county ordinance. So, and as you said, 1.7 billion comes from the county and you all get funding from other sources. So I just want to point out that it seems a bit premature to suggest that Measure J is driving cuts to the sheriff's department when you actually don't know what that will look like and you don't know to what degree. So I'll just note that it's not necessarily something for debate. I just want to note how Measure J is operating and how it's being implemented. I also wanted to ask you some questions about some of the statistics you shared about the homicide rates, which have increased, I think you said, by about 120%. What is the clearance rate for homicide investigations by the sheriff's department? And are you all making cuts to your homicide unit?
So the homicide rate is actually, as of March 10th, 152% increase.
Okay.
And as far as specific clearance rates, I'd have to come back to you and research that to give you a definitive answer. I will tell you that as the homicides increase and the initial homicide rollout teams that respond to crime scenes, they're spending more time on the initial preliminary investigation as opposed to follow-up investigations that really help our solve rate. And so I will respectfully get back to you on those clearance rates because, that's important in the reduction of homicides is to solve them. And that's why we're working with the CEO on a homicide reduction task force that we'd like to immediately implement.
Okay, and I just want to, just as a comment, I think it's also important to note that the other things that the county is doing in terms of justice reinvestment also can reduce our homicide rate by engaging in more preventative measures, by working directly with affected communities. So I think I don't think it's correct to say that the county is not investing in measures to reduce violent crime and homicide. It's maybe just not through the mechanism of the sheriff's department. So I just wanted to note that. And lastly, are you all increasing?
Excuse me, Commissioner Ochenda, is this the last question? Because
Yes, this is my last question. Yes. Are you increasing funding for the investigation of deputy gangs or increasing funding for your internal affairs unit, which we have heard over time has been woefully underfunded?
Yes, the sheriff is committed to internal investigations, and we are increasing our staffing in that area. We are working with the state attorney general. We're partnering with them so that we have the best resources to identify, this scenario that's been ongoing for years and years. The sheriff would like to address that issue, and he's partnering with all resources available for him.
And let me just also note here, it's not a question. I just want to put these two numbers side by side. The sheriff's department gets $3.7 billion in terms of its budget overall. The county is asking for $76 million reduction. I'm just going to put those two numbers side by side. It doesn't seem like a huge cut in terms of the sheriff's operations.
If you look at it, it's apples and oranges because a lot of that funding is not something the sheriff has control over.
All right, thank you. Good questions, Commissioner Ochen. Commissioner Bonner, I know you've been patiently waiting.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Rubin, and thank you for the presentation, Captain McBride. I have just a few questions. One is, how will the budget cuts that you're talking about, how will they impact the rollout of body-worn cameras? And if you could explain where we are on that and how you expect that to be impacted, I'd appreciate it.
So we have a limited rollout now of body-worn cameras that we are funded. And I say limited because we haven't been able to expand it. The sheriff would like to increase the use of body-worn camera and the network that supports body-worn camera. The initial rollout of this program requires training, and we have to retrain every deputy sheriff on acceptable practice and procedures and data storage so that it's available for the community to review later. And so right now we have a limited rollout. It would impact the sheriff's department it would reduce our ability to expand the rollout as well and training.
Okay, well, let me be precise. Do all of the patrol deputies currently have body-worn cameras or not? And if so, give me the percentage of patrol deputies that either have or do not have body-worn cameras right now.
So no, to answer your question, all deputy sheriffs do not have body-worn cameras.
What percentage approximately do have body-worn cameras? The patrol deputies.
I'd have to get back to you to give you a definitive. I want to say it's deployed at maybe the equivalent of 3 stations of 23, but to give you a good answer and be accurate, I'd have to do an audit.
Okay, that's really disappointing if it's only 3 stations out of the 23. Okay, secondly, you talked about a structural deficit. Tell us what the structural deficit that's built into the sheriff's department budget is. How much is it, and why is there a structure? I mean, explain the structural deficit. Why do you have a rolling structural deficit, and how much is it?
So I'll give you a simple version of a structural deficit. The CEO and board may give us X number of dollars to do a program. We're going to give you $100,000 to do juvenile intervention programs in East LA. And they do that in 2010. And they say, this is the program we'd like for that. This is the money we're going to give you for that program. And then in 2011, the workman's comp costs go up. The union negotiates a pay raise. Healthcare goes up. All the costs associated with maintaining employees in California and the nation goes up, but the money that we're allocated for that program does not go up. So there's an expectation that those programs will continue without the funding that matches what it actually costs the county to implement that program. And that's a structural deficit. Now, in all fairness,
how much is it on a go-forward basis annually?
So in all fairness, every county agency deals with a structural deficit to some extent. However, being the second largest department in the county family, we're disproportionately almost paralyzed by that. And
what would it take to close this structural deficit? If I said I'm on the board of supervisors and I see the structural deficit, there's an amount of money that I could put into the base budget of the sheriff's department that would eliminate the structural deficit. I'm trying to get at, what is that number?
$200 million.
Annually. Okay.
Yes.
You are, I'm seriously concerned, by the way, based upon your presentation, about the reduction in funding to the sheriff's department. And I'm even more concerned about the slashing of the personnel of the sheriff's department by over 1,000, and apparently about half of that are sworn deputies. I'm concerned about it, given the public safety mission of the sheriff's department for an enormous area of our county and a very sizable population within our county. Just want to make clear that this is a matter of very serious concern. We can talk about priorities, but these are priorities around the edges here. And if the sheriff's department isn't adequately funded, none of these priorities are going to be met. So, but having made that statement, I want to ask you whether the sheriff's department, I'm going to talk about custody, the county jail for a moment. And currently, the staffing in the county jail is roughly 2/3 sworn deputies, 1/3 custody assistants. Custody assistants, by the way, are far less expensive in terms of their annualized cost than a sworn deputy. Has the sheriff's department considered essentially increasing the percentage of custody assistants in the jails, and perhaps even reversing the current situation where it's 2/3 custody assistants and 1/3 deputies, and the cost savings that would be realized by that, which, by the way, I will tell you are enormous. So I'd like to understand the justification for the 2/3, 1/3 budgeting, and why that is, and have you considered, has the sheriff's department considered, in these tough fiscal times, actually doing something that would result in substantial savings that could be reinvested by the sheriff's department in some of these priorities we're talking about?
Yes, that's a good point, and that is an area that we could potentially save money. I mean, it's actually a portion of what you just said is item number 6 of our budget priorities. Custody assistants instead of deputy sheriffs. The deputy sheriff union has negotiated benefits that are much higher than the custody assistants, and so it is less expensive, and that is something that we have looked at and we're continuing to look at, and that's why a portion of that is on the budget priority. Currently, the ratio is a negotiated ratio between the unions and the county on how many deputies and how many custody assistants are available. And a lot of that, where we were before, like I mentioned in the first slide, that's an authority of the sheriff, a responsibility to maintain the jails, but he can maintain the jails with a different, ratio. And, and that's something that our custody experts are looking at and have looked at. And we'd like to.
One more question along those lines. Isn't it true, Captain McBride, that the 2/3, 1/3 ratio is actually built into the collective bargaining agreement with ALADS? So the only way to change it is to change the collective bargaining agreement. And I want to ask whether the sheriff is prepared to essentially renegotiate so that he's not locked into a 2/3 sworn deputies, 1/3 custody assistant ratio. First of all, it is in the CBA, is it not, the collective bargaining agreement?
So it is, and I'm not sure if that's a 2/3, 1/3 ratio. I'd have to double check on the actual numbers, but it might be like a 35%. I'm not sure. But yeah, the sheriff has made it clear that he's doing everything to come within budget, and everything's on the table. So it is a negotiated agreement, and that's something that we would definitely look at, and we can look at.
Thank you, Captain McBride. And those are my questions.
Okay.
I have more questions, but in the interest of time, I will yield the rest of my time.
Okay, I would like to, we do have a motion that's on the floor. I know Commissioner Giggins has been patiently waiting, and then we want to go to public comment before our next agenda item. So Commissioner Giggins, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair Rubin. Yeah, just a quick comment that I find these conversations extremely informative and illuminating every time you're able to look into the budget. Budgets speak to values. And I really do appreciate the work that the Budget Committee has done, the ad hoc, and the captain's presentation. And, you know, the seeds that we plant now, as in these tough times, are going to reap so much more later on. And I am extremely in accord with the top two priorities that the ad hoc committee is suggesting. Because when we think of risk management and the dollars, never mind the lives that are lost, but the dollars that are lost, I cannot help thinking of Met. Every time Met is on the scene, no one dies. It's an extraordinary collaboration between specially trained sworn personnel and civilians, clinical social workers. And these teams know each other. They work together. They know how to work together as a team. And every time, as I said, this is so important. Every time Met shows up, no one dies. And until we get an adequate system, and I know we want to reimagine, and we want to refund communities, and we want to save lives and reduce harm. And it just seems to me, it's just so crystal clear that as we do other things, really upholding Met and funding Met, because it is a civilian and a sworn collaboration, and it is extremely successful. And I don't hide. I'm chair of the ad hoc committee for Met. I don't hide my enthusiasm at all, because I've seen it in action. And so I just wanted to just appreciate and then comment that I like the fact that we are planting seeds for safety, not only in the present tense, but in the future, by focusing on some of these priorities.
Couple of things. We're awaiting the arrival of District Attorney Gascon. As soon as he arrives, we may have to interrupt this discussion, which I think can go on for quite some time. But in the meantime, there is a motion on the table by Commissioner Harris. We do have some public comment, and I think that we should see if there's a second to Commissioner Harris's motion, and then we should take public comment. But as I said, as soon as the availability of DA Gascon, we may have to interrupt this. So is there a second to Commissioner Harris's motion?
I will second. This is Commissioner Tolentino.
And Commissioner Rubin, this is Commissioner Harris. If I could slightly modify my motion, it would be a letter to the CEO, not to the Board of Supervisors.
Point of order. Is this motion appropriate? So I guess this is a question for County Council if they're on the line, given that this topic of discussion wasn't specifically agendized.
I think it would be helpful if someone could clarify the motion for me so I can opine on that.
Okay. The motion is to recommend that the full commission authorize the sending of a letter to the CEO outlining the priorities of the commission as the 5 priorities as outlined in the report from the Budget Ad Hoc Committee.
If the motion relates to the budget and the motion is considered after public comment is taken, then I think it sufficiently relates to the topic that was on the agenda.
So just to follow up on that, so if there's any motion on the table related to the budget, any motion at all related to the budget, doesn't have to be about the things that were presented here or anything that we want to discuss, we can make that motion and it is in order.
I don't want to say that any topic relating to the budget would be consistent with what is on the agenda, but I think in this situation, it is sufficiently related, that is.
All right, before we vote on this motion, I'd like to hear from public comment, and then we will go back to take a vote on the motion. Jennifer, if you'd like to queue up public comment and indicate how many we have, please.
Sure, sounds good. We have 5 individuals registered at this time, and first an announcement in Spanish. I believe an announcement in Spanish will be coming. It appears that we are not hearing that. We will come back to that. Our first public comment will come from Audrey George. Audrey, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I really appreciate Commissioner Giggins' reminder of what we all know, that budgets reflect our values. This agenda item brings up the critical matter of the presence of LASD in patient care settings and the need to provide and fund non-LASD responses to mental health crises. The LASD murders of Harbor UCLA patients Nicholas Burgos and Ruben Herrera led to the development of the Code Gold protocol, intended to prevent future violence against patients by law enforcement by limiting law enforcement intervention during patient mental health crises in the hospitals by deploying a multidisciplinary team to de-escalate. This was so successful that it made evident that the sheriff's responses could and should be delayed at a savings of nearly $36 million from what the county spent in 2019-20 and 20. We demand that the ATI vision be at the foreground in determining the LASD budget and that these funds be reallocated toward creating additional dedicated de-escalation teams at each hospital, hiring community advocates who can focus on de-escalating conflict while working as patient advocates, investing in mental health services and response teams, and training private security, hospital staff and providers in patient-centered de-escalation, anti-racism, and trauma-informed care. Now, honoring David Ordaz, killed this month by LASD, and remembering the names of the many victims of LASD brutality, I join the voices demanding this commission prioritize a cease and desist of LASD's pattern of killing community members suffering mental health crises. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Zulma Aguilar. Please go ahead with your comment, Zulma.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I think that I support distributing more money towards Met. Obviously, you know, since the 80s when Ronald Reagan got rid of all of those mental health hospitals, we've had a huge crisis going up with homeless people, with everything, because we don't actually have free, you know, Medicare for all. And so we need more support from the cops being less and less brutal. You know, the murders that have been happening are concerning me. The secret LASD gangs, like the Reapers, the Little Devils, LAC regulars, all those LA gangs and these unions are becoming like gangs, and they just push and push for more money, but they don't push to help these cops get the training that they need to stop escalating situations, to stop murdering Latinos and Blacks in Los Angeles. As a Latina, I'm outraged. The other day I was, saw when the Lisa Vanderpump restaurant got a Ferrari crashed into it, and we had 30 police officers and 10 fire department dudes, and they're just there to gawk when they could be using that overtime to go and investigate some of these homicides that are going up. So obviously, because the economy is going to go up, the homicides are going to go up. So we need more accountability of the police. They need to stop killing us on the street.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, please go ahead with your comment.
Good morning, everyone.
Excuse me, Michelle, if you, this is the chair. I see that DA Gascon has been able to join us. Please finish your comment we will interrupt this discussion to move to agenda item 2B so we can hear from DA Gascon. But in the meantime, Michelle, please go ahead and finish your comment.
Thank you. John McBride, you come to a platform that's for families in the community, and you come here and you give a eulogy right off the bat before you talk about your budget. It's really sickening that you took time out to do that, but you didn't take time out to talk about David Ordaz, who was killed by LASD. Your department is a huge liability. And for the County Board of Supervisors and everybody else to continue contracts with your department is just beyond comprehension. Millions and millions of dollars, and you're talking about a budget as if the budget was part of the problem. You are the problem. You are a liability. We have to spend millions of dollars giving families money because you pull the trigger. It's not the Met teams. We need more Met teams. Yes, we do. But who pulls the trigger? Who kills somebody over and over and over again? It's the sheriff's department. And yet, J.P. Harris, Bonner, and Patty Giggins, you're part of the problem because of the way that you speak in front of the public. You talk as if the blame is partly shifted to not having enough people on the Met teams. Or you talk about the budget, Bonner. You're forgetting who pulls the trigger and kills these people. It's LASD. We need more Met teams. But LASD is the problem. They're the liability, $70-something million. And you guys are over here talking line by line about a budget when family after family keeps losing their life because of the sheriff's department. I'm not understanding what the commission is doing anymore. It's awful that our organizations are paying for the trauma that the sheriff's department is producing.
Thank you. And we will hold all of the following public comments when we come back to this item.
Thank you. Welcome, DA Gascon. I am sorry that there was that you encountered technical issues. We all are encountering technical issues in this arena. Just as a preliminary matter, I think everybody knows who you are. On December 7th of last year, you were sworn in as the new district attorney. Prior to becoming district attorney in Los Angeles County, you were the district attorney of San Francisco and other law enforcement positions. You were many years ago assistant chief at LAPD under Chief Bratton, which is the time that I first met you. And we have been looking forward to your comments here to the commission. There are a number of issues that you were involved in that we are interested in, and we're especially looking for your comments, among others, in terms of your new programs and your new focus. But if you would specifically address issues regarding the Brady list, use of the Brady list, and review of law enforcement prosecutions, or that should be prosecutions relating to law enforcement use of force. So welcome, and the floor is yours, and then we will have some questions. Thank you. Okay, I think you're on mute.
So Mr. Gascon, it looks like you are currently unmuted, but we are not able to hear you. If you have Zoom or Teams or Skype or any other application open on your computer that may be using your microphone, please close all of those applications. And secondly, right next to the red X, there is a button that has 3 dots. There is an option to click switch audio. When you click on that option, that allows the system to call a cell phone number so that we'll be able to still see your video, but you'll be talking to us through a phone. So if you can keep talking now, we'll see if we hear you. And we are not hearing you. So please go ahead and click those 3 dots, type in a phone number of a phone that's next to you, and the system will call you. And you can try to keep talking, but we are not hearing you at this point.
We're still not hearing you, Mr. Gascon.
So again, right next to the red X, there's a button that has 3 dots. If you click on that, there's another option that says switch audio. When you click on switch audio, this will all be private. You enter a phone number, click on call me, enter a phone number. It can be your desk phone, a cell phone, anything that you have near you. And when you click on switch, you'll receive a phone call. It will be from a long number. Answer that phone call, and then we should be able to hear you. And just make sure that your phone is unmuted. You are currently unmuted through the system. Okay, keep talking to us. We are not hearing you just yet. And it shows that you're through the phone now. Go ahead and keep talking.
Yes, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, we hear
1, 2,
you now,
3.
sir. Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let me put my ear pods on so that I don't have to be holding the phone, because I think if I put you on a speakerphone, I may also lose you as well. Okay.
Technical wonders.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Can you hear
perfect.
me? Okay, I'm sorry. My office computer is not cooperating with this with the system. But if you can hear me okay, then I'm going to go ahead and start talking. Okay, very well. Thank you. So first of all, as I indicated, thank you for the invite. And given that we've lost so much time, I'm going to try to move very quickly to address the areas that Commissioner Lyell asked for. But as you know, I celebrated yesterday. It was 100 days in office, and there were a series of things that I and the movement that I represent committed to doing when I became elected DA was ending the death penalty, no longer transferring children to adult court, beginning the process of holding law enforcement accountable, which I will get into more details later. We also looked at, reducing the use of enhancements that we know have had such a racist impact on our community and do not necessarily increase the safety of our community, and begin to have a very different approach to our victim services, creating a victim advisory board from our community, bringing more science into our work. And I'm very pleased to say that a lot of those initiatives are underway and moving very quickly. But moving to the area that I think you have the most interest in, which is really has to do with police accountability. You may recall that I said several things during the campaign that we're in the process of doing. We're now in the front of the Board of Supervisors coming out for an approval to appoint a special prosecutor. The special prosecutor is a gentleman by the name of Lawrence Middleton. He was a U.S. attorney who prosecuted the federal case involving the Rodney King officers. He's got over 30 years of experience in civil rights work, having been a supervisor at the U.S. Attorney's Office dealing with civil rights case, and then a private attorney, and someone that has also done prior work for the county. And we're excited and looking forward to bringing him on board. We're also have created a community advisory board that is composed of members of community that have been the subjects of police violence. as well as civil rights lawyers, who will begin the process of taking a look back at police shootings going all the way back to 2012. And we have the UCI Law School Legal Clinic has agreed to help the advisory community board to do the screening of what is nearly 600 police shootings that have occurred since 2012. Not to imply that all those shootings are inappropriate, obviously the majority will be lawful, but to identify those that require a second look, that then the committee would take a look and then they could go to our special prosecutor. Internally, we are in the process of reorganizing our own JSIC, which is a unit that investigates police shootings and police criminal conduct. We will be adding personnel. We're putting a new head of that unit, who is someone that has extensive experience, both in public integrity cases and in cases involving law enforcement, potential criminal behavior. And the goal will be to continue to build up the capacity in this work in order to be able to address the needs of our community. There were 4 cases that we have previously identified. I'm not going to get into the details of these cases, but that we have identified that we'll be taking a look back, and that will be part of the early work that the special prosecutor will be doing. That's sort of short-term stuff and mid-term. My long-term goal is actually to work with state legislators to create an avenue for counties that want to create a separate office that will investigate and, if appropriate, prosecute cases involving police criminal conduct. The counties would be able to do so, and this will be a separate prosecutor's office that will deal strictly with police on-duty criminal behavior. The reason for that is I think that no matter how hard I work on my end, there's always going to be a certain level of mistrust by members of the community as to how much of this work should be done by a local prosecutor. And given that we're all temporary occupants of our space, I don't want to continue a system that may be okay today based on the personality, but could not necessarily be what the community wants in the future. So my goal is long-term is to really give the county voters and the county board of supervisors an opportunity, if they so wish, to create such an office. And with that, I think I'm going to stop. Oh, I know the Brady. There was a question about Brady as well. I think that you may know that approximately 30 days ago, we sent a letter to all law enforcement agencies in the county, basically discussing our obligations under Brady, which goes beyond 1421, which is a public information about some issues dealing with police behavior and officer-involved use of force or sexual conduct. But the Brady obligations are much broader than that, and we're asking for all law enforcement agencies to begin to provide that information to us. I personally met with all with the executive board, the county chief of police. We've also had meetings individually with some chiefs of police. We already have some agencies that have agreed to begin to provide the information. Other agencies that are looking for trying to understand how they can, meet the requirements that we're asking. So the conversations are ongoing, but it's a process that I'm pleased to announce that is moving forward. The LAPD has already agreed to work a technological solution to provide this information. The CHP has already agreed that they will be providing this information on a monthly basis. And again, we are working with other county agencies to make sure that we get the information that we're required by law to provide to the defense.
Thank you so much for that. That's just obviously a beginning. I think we will probably want to make sure and invite you back in the future. As to the Brady list issue, has the sheriff agreed to provide you your requested information on Brady?
I don't believe we've heard back from the sheriff. There have been members of the sheriff department in the meeting with the county chief, but I personally haven't heard back from the sheriff department. It's possible that he communicated with my office, but as of yesterday, we have not heard back from the sheriff department.
All right, and as to the issue of the review of use of force cases, particularly those that resulted in deaths, that you're hoping for the special prosecutor to be involved in. Is it your intention also to expand an investigation into use of force cases, particularly those resulting in death, or again, as the previous district attorney, to essentially rely on the investigative work of the sheriff's department?
Yeah, it's going to be a case by case. There are cases that we're going to be taking a deeper look independently. One of the issues that we face is resource allocation. Because of the size of the county, and as you well know, the number of police uses of force that result in either death or serious injury, we don't have the capacity to do independent investigations of all those, and that is the reason why I believe that we eventually need to create a separate body that will have the capacity to do that. Having said that, there are cases that we will conduct independent investigations, and that is part of the work with the special prosecutor. We're just not simply going to rubber stamp investigations coming from law enforcement. I don't think it's good for law enforcement. It's not good for the county or for us.
Thank you. I'd like to take commissioner questions, and then we'll have some public comment as well. Commissioner Chen.
Thank you, Chair Rubin, and welcome, DA Gascon. Thank you for joining us. I think you're the first in our 4-year history. I think this is the first time that the district attorney's office and the district attorney themselves has come to speak with us. So we appreciate you being here. There were just some comments made by the Sheriff's Department during their budget presentation about the increase in the number of homicides countywide, according to their data, about 152%. Captain McBride, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. But I'm wondering if, according to the Sheriff's Department, this is being driven by budget cuts, the reduction of the number of deputies available to respond, and their ability to investigate. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the increase in homicides and what potential responses there are to address this issue.
Yeah, I think that the temporary increases in violence or in crime, one way or the other, it's often hard to immediately identify what the driving forces are. We know that we're going through a very unusual period of time in our community, where we're now have been, because of COVID, we have been in a lockdown for over a year now. We know that has put tremendous amount of stress in communities and families. We know that there's been a tremendous amount of displacement of people losing their employment, people losing their housing. There's a tremendous amount of housing insecurity, food insecurity in our county. And I think that there are a lot of stressors that have really built up. We know that there has been an increase in incidents of domestic violence as people are, going through a tremendous amount of stress and they're staying in the home. So I'm not so sure that we can pinpoint any one factor as to why this is occurring. It's occurring nationwide. By the way, it's not unique to LA County. So it's occurring in other jurisdictions where you haven't seen a reduction in police or prosecutorial resources. On the other hand, I think that we need to ensure that when we start addressing these things, that we start moving into 21st century solutions. So one of the things that my office is doing is we're beginning a program that that LAPD has agreed, where we're going to go into some communities. We'll put a prosecutor in there, but it's going to be very community driven. We're also talking to some community organizations, and we actually will be inviting more and looking to create the opportunity for community interventionists to come into some of these areas that have been impacted by what appears to be an increase in street violence. I think that we have to begin to have a reimagining of the process of how we police our communities, and simply going back and adding more police or more prosecutors or more jails is not necessarily the answer. So we are very focused on creating a possibility to work with an increase in community interventionists. We are in conversations now with California Safety and Justice. We talked to Professor Mears out of Yale University. As I said, we started conversations with the LAPD, and we're very focused in having a prosecutorial arm, but that not be the driving force. The driving force being community-based.
Thank you. And I just have one follow-up question to follow up on your question, actually, Chair Rubin. You mentioned that you will do independent investigations of past police shootings or deadly use of force on a case-by-case basis. But my question is about when we have new cases. And unfortunately, seemingly every month we have a new case of a deputy shooting and killing a resident of LA County. In the past, I believe there was an agreement between the district attorney's office and the sheriff's department that the sheriff's department would do the initial investigation, then submit their findings and report to the district attorney's office, which would then determine whether charges were appropriate, and in nearly all cases has declined to prosecute officers for killing residents of LA County while on duty. And I'm wondering, are you going to keep that arrangement in place going forward? Will you rely on the investigative work of the sheriff's department or LAPD when they investigate the deadly use of force by or killings by members of their departments?
Yes, and that agreement is still in place, and my goal is to move away from that. Frankly, as I mentioned earlier, we need to create more independence around these investigations. The issue always comes to resources. Just to give you an example of a comparison, when I was in San Francisco County and I was the district attorney, after years of, quite frankly, fighting back and forth, we were able to create an independent investigation bureau that investigated, and they were the primary investigators of police shootings. San Francisco is a county of under 1 million people, and in this particular unit, I was able to have 6 lawyers, 6 investigators, and 2 paralegals. By comparison, if we were going to do the same work in LA County, I would need to build up a unit of somewhere around 60 lawyers, 60 investigators, and probably around 40 paralegals to do this work. I have a unit that I don't want to get into the numbers because but it's just slightly over 10 people, and we're trying to grow that unit. Conducting independent investigations from the ground up will require, not only will it require additional resources, but you also need resources that know how to do this work, which is, it takes time to build that capacity up. So the reality is that unless we have a major infusion of resources, whether it comes to the district attorney's office or whether it comes to a new entity to do this work independently for law enforcement, we as a county are going to have to continue to rely on policing doing the primary investigation, and then for the district attorney to come in and review, and in some cases, on a case-by-case basis, maybe reinvestigate or do additional investigation, which is not the best way, by the way. By the time that you get the investigation months later, or sometimes even longer than that, evidence can disappear, right? Evidence can be compromised. So the review process doesn't work. And certainly even a look back after in maybe some additional investigation after the fact is still extremely, extremely deficient. The only way to do this right is to have an independent unit that will, from the ground up, from the moment that the shooting occurs, they roll to the scene, and they are the ones that are the primary investigators. That is the model in San Francisco today, but again, the level of resources required to do that work would have to be substantial.
I would like to make a motion that the commission write a letter to the CEO's office to increase funding for the district attorney's office to form an independent investigation unit consistent with the positions that the district attorney just described.
Is there a second? And then I want to hear from other commissioners who have questions.
Second.
All right, we'll hold that for a moment. Commissioner Ochen, thank you for that. Other commissioners who have questions for Mr. Gascon? Yes, Commissioner Giggins, and then Commissioner Bonner, and then I believe Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you so much for being here today, DA Gascon. I'm very interested in your victims advisory board that you're creating, but I have a request. One of the things that we have been concerned with here at the COC is the treatment of the families who lose loved ones in encounters with the Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement entities, and also how those families are ineligible to receive victim compensation and support through the Victim Compensation Board, the statewide that statewide function. And with the victim witness assistance being under your purview, my question is, are you interested in joining or leading the change that we need to have with the Victim Compensation Board and their policies of making sure that it is inclusive of all victims?
Yes, I'm actually glad that you raised that, Commissioner. There's several things that we're doing. Number one, we are seeking additional funding from the Board of Supervisors to enlarge our capacity to provide victim services, and we will provide victim services to victims of police violence. Number two, there is state legislation now in the process, and I'm one of those supporting it, that will change the state law so that the victims compensation system will include victims of police violence. We tried to do that last year, failed, and we're going back at it again. And it would be wonderful to have the commission support both efforts, because I think that it's more than an LA County problem. In San Francisco, we started providing victim services of those who suffer a loss of life as a result of a police use of force. Regardless, by the way, whether the police use of force is lawful or not, it didn't matter. It's just there was a loss of life. And in San Francisco, it was founded by the county. It was funded through my office, but through the county, because the state doesn't pay for that. But I think that the long-term solution is that the state compensation board needs to recognize that all victims of violence, whether it's originated by police action or someone else, should be treated equally. Their families are going to have the same grievances, the same pain, there's the same loss of life, and I think it's important that we acknowledge that.
Thank you.
I believe Commissioner Bonner, you were next.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gascon, for being with us. Just a couple of questions. Actually, let me ask this. You talked about the possible factors that might be contributing to a rise in homicide rates, and those all could be in one form or another factor into it. But I'm wondering, the one you didn't mention, and I'm wondering if you could comment on it, and is that, and this is both nationwide and or LA County, either one, but do you think any part of the increase in homicide rates, particularly around the country, is attributable to a greater reluctance of law enforcement to respond, let's just say, insert themselves into potentially difficult and dangerous situations?
You know, Commissioner, again, I think it's extremely difficult. You know, we can all, hypothesize as to what the reasons for the increases are. And this is the kind of stuff, and I've been in this business over 40 years now, and even when you have very bright people looking at periods of time back and trying to analyze where a correlation is, usually causation is very hard to determine, right? So we may be able to find some correlation with, police behavior, quite frankly, community behavior, and the lack of the lack of currency or the lack of support for law enforcement in many communities often also creates a problem. So again, I think that the issue of homicides and whether they go up or down is often very complicated, and there are many factors I can give you, and I don't want to bore you, but I'll just give you a quick anecdote. I was invited 3 years ago to participate on an international conference in why homicides had gone down around the world in Bogota, Colombia, and I was one of the speakers. And we were taking a 20-year look back, and homicides worldwide, with very few exceptions, have gone down, even in those countries that are war-torn, right? Even in Mexico and Colombia, up until recently, homicides have gone down. And there was clearly no connection to any policing activity, because policing activities in many of those countries was the same. When you look at the reduction in homicides in the U.S., again, there's over 17,000 law enforcement agencies, and as you well know, 50 different states. And law enforcement in this country goes from one end of the spectrum, from a department of 2 or 3 people with very little training, to a size of the LA County Sheriff Department. And you see sometimes rises or drops in homicides that are very hard to pinpoint. I would be very hesitant to say that any one factor is the major cause of a rise or a reduction in homicides.
And I agree, it's a very complex analysis, and we're dealing with, certainly in LA County, fairly limited numbers and a short trend line here. So thank you for that answer. Let me ask you, there's been a motion, and you discussed the possibility of, let's say, modeling something after what's been done in San Francisco, the city and county of San Francisco, in terms of investigating particularly lethal uses of force, fatal uses of force by law enforcement within, let's say, the county. The Use of Force Ad Hoc Committee of this Oversight Commission has taken a look at this issue. I think generally this commission, this Oversight Commission, and certainly the ad hoc, is of a view that it would be preferable if there were independent investigations of the use of lethal force. But what we weren't able to figure out is who should do the independent investigation, and where do you structure that? One thing we considered was the possibility of the California Attorney General's office statewide actually developing the resources and a unit to be able to do this for every county of the state. That was one possibility. The other that have existed some places in California is essentially a task force model in which a group of local law enforcement agencies contribute, I guess, or detail investigators to do it. But the agency that is actually has the law enforcement officer that's responsible for the or was involved in the death is not part of that unit. There are task force models around. In fact, I think maybe we even have one in LA County. It just doesn't involve the sheriff's department. The third is possibly augmenting the DA's office in this county or others and so forth. But I just want to put a cautionary flag out and then ask you, I mean, what is the best model insofar as you know, if you said it's important to have independent investigations of use of lethal force by a police agency, what's the best model that you would recommend? And also, I'll just make a note that personally, I would like this commission, through its ad hoc committee, to study this issue further before actually voting on the motion. But let me put the question to you. What is the best model in your judgment?
Yeah, given, and I have been doing this for many years, right? As you all know, I was an assistant chief of police in the LAPD. I was the chief of police of 2 major agencies, and then I was the district attorney for 9 years. I've come to the conclusion, based on my not only looking in California, but looking around the country, that the best model will be to create a separate agency that is not attached to either the DA's office or any law enforcement agency in the county that does the investigations from the beginning to the end. I would think that the second best model, in my opinion, would be the Attorney General, but I have some of the same concerns with the Attorney General that I have with the DA's office, right? Attorney Generals are elected. They often depend on law enforcement contributions for being elected, and it's they are a political animal. And once you inject politics, again, you're dealing with the occupant at the moment and what his or her capabilities are. But that would be my second best, only because it's still further removed from the local law enforcement scene. The third would be the San Francisco model, which is an independent bureau as we created in San Francisco, which, by the way, was even independent from the rest of the practice in the DA's office, meaning I brought in lawyers that were not part of our criminal division. They did not prosecute regular cases. They actually were located outside of our main office. And we brought in investigators that had not been investigators in the county, so they had no ties to the local law enforcement scene. But I have to tell you that building up that unit took about 5 years to get it there. It's very, very difficult because it's not just simply hiring lawyers or hiring investigators, right? You have to hire experienced lawyers in the space. You have to hire experienced investigators, and that takes time. It's not an abundance of people that know how to do this work. I can tell you, for instance, in the state of New York, they have a model similar to what we now have in California, where an unarmed person gets killed by police, the Attorney General does that work. That's the California model that just created. In New York, what they found out is that the Attorney General was sending sometimes retired police officers that never investigated a homicide to what is a homicide scene. So then the district attorney had to go in and had to supplement that investigation. So again, you start cross-contaminating information. So I think that the best case scenario would be to create a state legislation that allows counties to create this body and build that up from the ground up. The second one perhaps is the Attorney General, but I can tell you my experience, the Attorney General is generally very reluctant to do this because again, you're talking about a lot of resources. A state as large as California will require that the Attorney General's office will grow substantially if they're going to do this right. And then the third best would be what San Francisco has today. I don't believe that having a task force of multiple police agencies, just simply Xing out the one that was the subject of the force is necessarily a good model. I'm familiar with the model, by the way. San Mateo County, which was right next to me in San Francisco, has had that model for years. The problem is you still have the issue, okay, I'm investigating this guy's today, but they may be investigating me tomorrow, right? So it creates, if nothing else, it creates the appearance of conflict in the behavior. You need to try to divorce that work from the day-to-day policing as much as you can.
Yeah, and by the way, let me just add, no, excuse me, Leo. Let me add one thing. And when I listed out the options that we looked at, one of the other ones that I forgot to mention was actually staffing up the Office of Inspector General for the Sheriff's Department, headed by Mr. Huntsman, who's definitely independent of the Sheriff's Department, but actually using the IG as the model. But of course, it would require significant increased staffing of detectives, essentially, or investigators that have the expertise, and some attorney staffing. But I omitted that, and I just wanted to say it's another option that we were looking at. But so thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
What would you think about the IG, the OIG, performing the independent investigations, at least as a short-term solution?
Well, the problem is the IG doesn't have prosecutorial power, right? So you have to create a state legislation that would allow the IG. If you provide prosecutorial authority to the IG, then you're into the model that I just mentioned to you, which is the independent body. But the IG in LA County today cannot prosecute anybody. They can investigate, but they cannot prosecute. They don't have police powers. So you're back to the problem that you have today.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kennedy, I think you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. District Attorney, for coming in here and providing like transparent, clear answers and for truly engaging with the commission regarding the issues. It's really refreshing. My question is this. You spoke of the former federal prosecutor, Lawrence Middleton, being the special prosecutor for you. And my question is, in December 2020, the Inspector General, Max Huntsman, issued a lengthy report documenting unlawful conduct by LASD regarding the Brady List, the failure to follow state statutes requiring the disclosure of information regarding police shootings, the cover-up of internal misconduct related to deputy gangs within the department, and really a host of other very troubling violations of the law reported by Mr. Huntsman, a former career deputy district attorney. will Mr. Middleton be looking into the issues raised regarding unlawful misconduct in the LASD in that 2020 December report?
Mr. Middleton is going to have unfettered authority to do his work. One of the agreements that I made with him is that while obviously I own the responsibility for his work, I will not be curtailing his capacity to determine the direction that he wants to take his work. Initially, he's going to be looking at 4 officer-involved shootings that we had identified were extremely troublesome just based on public information, but he will have unfettered capacity. Again, it comes down to resources. I don't want to lead any of you to believe that Mr. Middleton is going to be able to investigate every potential wrongdoing by law enforcement in the county, because the task is very, very substantial. But what we're trying to do is we're trying both, Mr. Middleton will do, but I'm trying to do with other resources is begin to take a look at those areas where we believe that there is substantial problems and substantial opportunities to send a message and to create accountability.
I hope non-compliance with Brady, a decision that is 60 some years old, would be one of the important systemic issues that the new special prosecutor would look into, because when you read the report, it's quite startling.
Yeah, and just Commissioner, again, because I want to be as clear. Mr. Middleton is going to be primarily looking at shootings, but the issue of Brady, which I agree with you is significant, we've already started the path by asking every law enforcement agency in the county to provide the information that they're required to provide. I'm not letting this go. We're going to make sure that we fulfill our constitutional obligations in our work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gascon, I know that you had specifically set aside an hour for us. We lost some time because of technical issues. There is much more that we can talk about. And as Commissioner Kennedy mentioned, your openness and transparency is very refreshing. We do have numbers of public comments on this discussion. You are welcome to stay and listen, but I understand you may have other commitments. So thank you so much for joining us, and I know we will see you again. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Jennifer, you want to start the public comment, and then we'll go back. We have a motion on the floor as well.
Okay, thank you. And first, we will hear an announcement in Spanish.
Buenos días. Si necesitan traducción en español para sus comentarios, simplemente digan la palabra español antes de empezar a hablar y alguien traducirá sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And our first public comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. And I'm sorry, just to clarify also, we're doing public comment now related to the District Attorney George Gascon's conversation. We will go back to the previous item, 2A, at a later time. So Michelle, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Okay, hearing nothing. We will move on to Audrey George. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Audrey.
Thank you. And I'm grateful for the update from Mr. Gascon. The LA County DA's office's historical prioritization of dependent relationships on the police officers whose testimonies support their prosecutions has worked to the detriment of true public safety and has permitted LASD to shroud in secrecy its record of violence. As a result, LA County has the largest jail system in the country and police officers who murder Black and brown folks with impunity. We cannot tolerate this conflict of interest. Going forward, DA Gascon should rescind any prior agreements made between LASD and DA Lacey. which made the DA's office complicit in allowing LASD to investigate its own use of force incidents. And I support his plans to conduct independent investigations from the ground up, although I find any attempt to expand the DA's office's budget to be concerning, truthfully. DA Gascon was elected by the people of LA County based on his commitment to establish policies with the ultimate objective of addressing racial disparities, injustice, and ending mass incarceration. It is well documented that the trauma of incarceration only exacerbates mental illness, financial and familial instability, unemployment, and public safety concerns. Real change requires the DA's office to prove active support for the community-led ATI initiatives, declining to prosecute charges against individuals for actions that are a result of mental health disorders is one of the primary goals. As our new DA continues to implement the progressive and critically needed systemic transformations within the DA's office, which he was elected to do and which I applaud, this commission must fully support those changes, and I expect to see evidence of that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Janet West. Janet, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, I sent a public comment before the meeting started, and District Attorney Gascon did not answer either one of my questions. My questions are in regard to his letter requesting Brady lists from all the law enforcement agencies within the county. And I cannot find a copy of the letter online. I hope that I just missed it and it is available. But the terminology used in the media reports was very troubling to me. They used history of, they used accused of, and they used individuals who, where is it? Oh, acts of moral turpitude by officers. So my two questions for DA Gascon were, what is the level of proof before a police officer is included on the Brady list? And number two, what is the definition of acts of moral turpitude if that language was included on the letter? I hope you can get answers for me on those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tupe Asita. Tupe, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, I am a resident of Los Angeles County, and I'm here to represent the people that voted for George Gascon, and hopefully, because I do also have family members that's been locked up in Men's Central Jail, and it's so crucial that we do have a system that supports the people to ensure that those that are breaking the law and not using their badge as an excuse so that they can go around murdering families in LA County is ridiculous. And we need justice for all of those families that have been killed while Jackie Lacey was in office. And it's not fair that money should be used to think that that can accommodate what the, what these law enforcement have done. And it's, I have personal experience with, the police as far as planning weapons, shooting people with no reason, and for initiations into gangs in the LAPD. And it's just not right. I'm a member of LA County and I love it out here and I support our community. And I really believe that we need an outside system that can support us so that we feel safe in our own communities. It's a shame that all this money is going to law enforcement and it's not protecting us, it's protecting them while they're sitting over here committing crimes that they're supposed to uphold the law. And I totally agree that we need an outside agency that can stand as a third party to support the people and those who are doing their job in the law enforcement the correct way. It's sad that we have to sit over here and do this and waste money this way, but I think it's definitely needed in LA County. And hopefully, our voices get heard and that, something gets done about this soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Zulma Aguilar. Please go ahead with your comment, Zulma.
How did I do, sir?
Thank you. My name is Zulma Aguiar. I actually did vote for Mr. Gascon. I'm friends with Patrice Colors, and she's an art student at USC, which is friends of my friend. So I've been following all the BLM, Instagrams and everything, and how they help us get informed on what's going on, and that's how I even found this commission conversation. And I just want to thank Gaston for supporting us, and that because there has been a huge disparity, it's like so unfair that the LASD has gangs and unions and these professional groups of people that get together after work, get drunk in these bars or whatever, and just talk crap about civilians and brown people and black people, and they're just leaving us on the street dead. And some of these people, are poor Latinos that, ellos no hablan bien el español, they don't speak good Spanish or English, or English. So we need people, that care about the Latinos in LA. We are the majority here. And Latinos come in all colors, black, white, Mexican, whatever. So we need major representation, major support in Spanish and English for these Latina moms that are being left with their bloody children in their hands. And we need to stop these cops and fire them, and it's definitely dismantle the gangs. And I would love to hear from Gascon what he's going to do about these LASD gangs and unions that look like gangs, and they keep asking for raises, but they keep killing us too. They're just getting more lawsuits now, and they're abusing overtime. You have these guys, 20 cops coming to one location for a car crash just because they're gawking when they can use that overtime for investigating stuff, That's it.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Doretta Thompson. Doretta, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you all for allowing us this opportunity, and thank you so much for DA Gascon. I agree with DA Gascon's efforts to reimagine how we police by envisioning an independent agency, non-connected to existing structures, and to conduct independent investigations on excessive force, death while on duty, and the abuse of authority. Many families have been and continue to be negatively impacted by the abuse perpetuated by rogue officers as well as corrupt departments. In the Antelope Valley alone, we spent approximately $1.6 million for sheriffs, local sheriffs, to patrol our schools. I believe that these funds could be utilized more appropriately towards educating our children instead of predisposing them for criminogenic activities and behaviors. We have a plethora of outstanding students within our Black and Brown community. It's amazing to me that we spend more effort to incarcerate our youth when our academic achievement rates are so poorly low statewide, let alone per each district. But we're more interested in incarcerating our youth as opposed to developing more English language development for both our Black and Brown students and encouraging our students to do a little bit better. I'm going to be a little brief with this, but again, I thank you all for your time, all the comments, all the participants. We need to see more of this, and I'm really pleased with what I have been attending and viewing today. Thank you all and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ellen Geezy. Ellen, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I would like to start by uplifting the first speaker and the two before me who was mentioning BLM LA. I'm sorry I missed their names to be uplifting them by name, but they spoke very well and on many of the things that I also wish to be speaking on. So I instead would like to speak to Commissioner Ochen's motion, which sounded very good. I would love to see that motion come to a vote. And it seems like Commissioner Ochen is the only commissioner that makes me feel my voice is being heard at these committees and that the voices of the people are being heard. And I find it disturbing how little this commission as a whole seems to be paying attention to her voice. I would like to point out that, a a motion started to be brought on 2A by a white man, and it was, oh yeah, we should totally add that motion. But a motion brought by a black woman, Commissioner Bonner's going, oh, we should put that back to the ad hoc committee and explore it before we, deign to vote on it. And I would like to say that it seems to me, Commissioner Bonner, that instead of being representing the people at these meetings, you seem to be here to represent the voice of the LASC. And I would strongly suggest that you consider recusing yourself from this commission, as the purpose of this commission is to give the people a voice and not to uplift the voices of an LASC department that has killed 18 people that we know of just since George Floyd's murder. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
And the next comment will come from Michelle King. Michelle, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I'll be brief. DA Gascon must rescind any prior agreements that existed between LASD and the DA's office. LASD investigating themselves is a joke. But no one's laughing when 634 civilians are dead and countless others harassed, beaten, and abused by law enforcement. When will we actually prioritize public safety? The latest IOG report presented to the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff's Department confirms that LASD is not public safety. The LASD is corrupt, unaccountable to the public, and a danger to our communities. And thank you, Commissioner Ochen, for your motion to fund an independent investigative commission. I yield the rest of my time.
And the next comment will come from Julie Martinez. Julie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I was hoping that Gascon could hear this, because this is in relationship to gangs. In the Sheriff Department in February of 2020, I read a correspondence signed by Villanueva claiming that the LA County Sheriff Department does not compile nor maintain any records or list of deputy gangs. That must change. We need to treat the sheriff deputies the way that they treat our kids and our youth in the community. We need to create notebooks of the sheriff deputy gangs that include name, date, known associates, areas that they troll, not patrol, but troll. Take body photos, yes, have them stripped down and take the photos of their gang tattoos and enter them into a database. I think we need to go one step further. Each individual sheriff deputy gang member must be entered into the Cal Gang database, the criminal intelligence system that targets members of criminal associates and criminal gangs, because the sheriff deputies are actually worse, because they are operating as gang members under the color of authority. People who have lived in East LA for generations have already known what is just beginning to be reported through national media sources, that LA County Sheriff Departments are so completely corrupt that no entity has been able to end or break this corrupt organization. This corrupt organization openly hides and protects these gang members that operate within the Sheriff Department. I always repeat this. Sheriff Villanueva first denied that gangs existed. Let's remember that. Now that he is no longer able to deny it, he admits that they are there. He claims that they are being dealt with, but they're only moved to a new station where they will infect and include other members into their gang. It's a dangerous situation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have only two more individuals signed up for public comment on this item, Pastor Q and Mary Moreno. If you believe you've signed up for this item and you haven't been called yet, please be sure to raise your hand in the participant list. We'll move on to Pastor Q. It is your turn. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Good morning to the public. Once again, I would like to repeat something we all are familiar with, and that is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We know that since the Kerner Commission of 1967, we've been adding more police to deal with crime. With respectfully, I would like to address Commissioner Bonner. From my experiences living in Oaks Addition in Texas, the Carmelitos Housing Project in Long Beach, and also living in Compton, one of the two things, there are two things and they both have this in common. The increase of crime relates to poverty. Anywhere you see poverty, you're going to see high crime. So more law enforcement does not decrease crime. Actually, more resources. Look at any communities with more resources, and they're going to be low in crime. I want to read a small piece of an excerpt from Akila Sharil's and Tanish Holland's talking about community-based public safety. Violent crime is up in Los Angeles, he says, but the increase is not due to any reforms. A recent study of about 34 cities across the nation documented a 30% increase on an average compared to 2019, but just as there's no way to pin the 84% increase in Lincoln, Nebraska, or the 61% increase in Louisville, Kentucky to reforms enacted in Sacramento, it is similarly unreasonable to blame those reforms for the 34% increase last year in Los Angeles. So the elephant in the room is COVID-19 and a myriad of other issues that affect our community. The same way COVID-19 exposed our system that Black and brown folks were dying at a higher clip, and that even being tested, they weren't being tested, and then COVID-19 vaccines were stolen from them. This is the same issues.
Thank you. And that does conclude your time. The next comment will come from Mary Moreno. Mary, you're unmuted, please.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. As a LA resident, I would like to share yesterday there was an incident here in my gated community where over 8 patrol cars arrived, and I was heading out, and I had to come back in looking through my window at how the process and everything was handled. I felt intimidated. I felt that at any point there was going to be, shots fired and, possibly come through my window. And I didn't feel safe at all. So I totally agree with everything that was stated here by Mr. Gascon. I appreciate him attending and giving us a full explanation and a better outlook of what needs to be done. And I definitely share his vision as to how this needs to be handled. They're definitely, from my experience with the OIG, with the IG and CDCR, there's definitely, loopholes, a conflict of interest there. And there needs to be a more robust entity that oversees this whole process. And, just listening to today's conversation and to previous comments regarding the sheriff's and LAPD's opposition, with Mr. Gascon, or disagreements, or whatever you want to call it. I just feel that this is a great opportunity for them to let the public and the people know that they are all in for protecting us and not intimidating us. And, they should really work alongside with Gascon, who really seems to have his best interests are at heart for the community. And that is it for me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Pastor Deborah Purnell. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, I want to congratulate District Attorney Gascon, who I did walk the pavement to try to help him get elected. I applaud the fact that he realizes that we need an independent organization to review cases. That's an absolute. You can't have the Attorney General, you can't have the District Attorney's Office, you can't have persons that are affiliated with the officers or elected officials, just like he said. He's already tried and tested that theory, and he's found that it needs people that's independent, completely independent, to take a outside look at what's going on, to talk to people on the scene, to talk to people that may not be contacted by officials. Another thing I wanted to say is I believe that body cams should be #1 on the list because it records what's going on. And when body cams are turned off, it should be a separate investigation of those officers who turn those cameras off before they did their service to the community. I personally have been victimized by a sheriff that befriended someone else in a collision and wrote that I confessed that I caused the collision. So everything's suing me now. My insurance company threw me under the bus because he lied and said I confessed to the crime. And when I wrote the McNeil, when I wrote the head of the sheriff, they didn't even respond. And that could have just been corrected. That could have been taken as a misunderstanding. I thought that's what she said, but perhaps it wasn't, because there was no evidence in the street. So what I'm saying is I applaud body cameras being put first on the list, only second to mental health advocates. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Andres Kwan. Please go ahead with your comment, Andres.
Hi all. This is Andres Kwan, ACLU. Gascon was here. That is, as Commissioner Kennedy said, a breath of fresh air. It's great. But where's the sheriff? Last we checked, this was the sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission. The sheriff is hiding. That's where he is. He's hiding behind his propaganda machine, including his appearances on Fox News on a regular basis, including last night, his recall Gascon press conferences, his hashtag quote unquote victims matter social media posts, exploiting survivors' pain for his own political gain. But when we check in about the families who not only had to survive the killings of their loved ones, but then continue to survive the systematic harassment from sheriff's deputies, including those who kill their loved ones on a daily basis, he wants to change the subject. And I just want to read out the names of the people who his deputies have killed since the public execution of George Floyd. Robert Abitia, 18 in Westmont. Robert Melton Colvin, 39 in Lancaster. Jared Wayne Hurst, 35 in City of Industry. Michael Lambell Thomas, 61 in Lancaster. Tony Rocha Lugo, 26 in Palmdale. Teron Jamal Boone, 31 in Kern County. Andres Guardado, 18 in West Compton. Dijon Kizee, 29 in Westmont. Samuel Herrera, 41 in Compton. Dana Malik Young in Westmont, 47. Fred Williams III, 25 in Willowbrook. I'll continue in the next section of public comments.
Thank you. And that does conclude all of the public comment on this item, Chair Rubin.
Thank you. Sorry that this meeting has been so disjointed. I want to take up Commissioner Ochen's motion, which has been seconded. And then, of course, we have to go back to public comment on the first issue, the budget, and there's a motion there as well. So, Commissioner Ochen, will you restate your motion, please?
Yes, my motion was to request the staff of the Civilian Oversight Commission draft a letter to the LA County CEO's office requesting funding be set aside and established for the creation of a unit within the district attorney's office to investigate law enforcement misconduct, excessive use of force, and deadly use of force.
All right, and I think that if this motion were to pass, you would assist staff in drafting such a letter. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
All right, before we vote, are there any commissioners who wish to be heard on the subject? We did hear from several before. As I said, we sort of disjointed. Commissioner Harris?
Thank you. I want to make sure I heard correctly from Commissioner Ochen that this is for something to be funded within the district attorney's office, because I heard the district attorney mention that he was looking for something to be established outside the district attorney's office, which I would point out was also a recommendation of the ad hoc committee of this commission many, many months ago, that we appreciate the fact that we're looking for a totally independent investigatory body, and we believe that using a subset of the district attorney's office still maintains that potential for conflict of interest. So I just want to make sure that her motion is correctly worded, because I believed I heard the district attorney say he's looking for something totally separate and apart from the district attorney's office with no reach back into his office. And that would be what I would support. I would not support something within the district attorney's office conducting these investigations.
So I'm happy to take that.
Would you please?
Can I just respond? I'm happy to take that as a friendly amendment. So perhaps you could say for the establishment within the district attorney's office or an independent investigatory body, if it is permitted by state and local law. I also heard the district attorney say that there are some questions about whether such an independent agency would be lawful. So I'd be happy to say an establishment of an independent unit within the district attorney's office, or a wholly independent investigatory body within LA County pursuant to assuming that it is consistent with state and local law.
Is there a second to the friendly amendment addition?
Well, I'm not making that a friendly amendment. And with all due respect to Commissioner Ochin, and I think she and I are pretty much on the same sheet of music here. I think this is why I think it would be helpful if we had a little more time to vet this and then bring it back to this commission, because I really want to support something very much like what the district attorney is recommending. And I understand that there may be some question as far as would it require legislative change to make that in fact legal. So that's why I'm a little reluctant to say an either or type of situation, because I don't believe that it would be good. Let's say, for instance, it was not possible under the California state or the California state legislature was unwilling to enact such legislation to empower that type of an independent body, that we then would automatically kick it back and say, okay, well, then it should be done within the district attorney's office, because I'm not sure that I would agree with that, as opposed to having it go to the attorney general's office, even though that has some downside, as was pointed out by District Attorney Gascon. So this is where I just think a little more time would be helpful for us to really vet this with perhaps some assistance from the district attorney's office. We could make sure that we can then come up with some strong supportive letter to the CEO if that's necessary to make sure we get what we truly are looking for.
I'm not a fan of us making motions and having staff write letters that we haven't seen. But since this is now a practice of this commission, see a motion that you presented, Commissioner Harris, now this is what we're doing.
Well, in the interest of all fairness, Commissioner Ochin, if that is your position, then I'll withdraw my earlier motion, and we'll send this all back to staff, and we'll put it back on the agenda for the next meeting.
All right.
But this is kind of where we're going.
No, let's.
Yeah, I'd like to be heard on this, Madam Chair.
Just a second, Commissioner Bonner. We do, and we do have a motion. I will second the amended motion. Commissioner Bonner, you can go ahead.
All right. Yeah, first of all, just for the record, so everyone's clear, the commission is on record adopting essentially the report and recommendation of the Use of Force Ad Hoc Committee that there should be an independent investigation of at least lethal uses of force by the LA County Sheriff's Department. Well, this ad hoc committee spent a great deal of time and debate over what's the best model for doing that? So we now have before us a suggestion or a motion that adopts the third best model according to the district attorney. I'm not willing to adopt the third best model. I think we'd actually need to, through either the use of force ad hoc committee or some other committee, we need to actually study and come up with a thoughtful recommendation as to the best model that the Oversight Commission would support. Whether that's, by the way, funding the OIG to do this, whether that's funding the DA to do this, whether it should be done statewide by the Attorney General, taking a look at the task force model. But I do not think it's premature right now to essentially adopt a motion and direct the staff to send a letter that is essentially advocating and adopting what the DA himself says is the third best option in his mind. So I don't think we should do this. I think it's premature. It wasn't agendized either, but I'm not going to raise that as an objection. But this really, come on, we're a commission. We should be thoughtful about what we do here. We shouldn't just be shooting from the hip. And this is shooting from the hip, in my opinion, with all due respect to Commissioner Ochen.
It is shooting from the hip, and I'd be happy to withdraw my amendment or my motion if JP Harris and the seconder would also agree to withdraw their motion and refer it to the respective committee for the commission to be actually able to look at the letter before it is sent to the CEO's office. I would be happy to ask for this to be referred to the use of force committee to produce a report and recommendation at our next meeting.
And I have no problem with that.
Commissioner Harris has already withdrawn his previous motion. So Commissioner Ochen, are you withdrawing your motion as well?
My motion would be to have the use of force committee draft a recommendation regarding an independent body at the county level to investigate police misconduct, particularly serious and deadly use of force incidents.
All right, in that case, then we have no motion before us. We do not need.
Well, that's not necessarily the case.
I second that motion that was just made.
Excuse me, Commissioner Bonner. We do not need a motion to refer this to the ad hoc committee to come up with a recommendation. Like we do not need a motion to refer the budget issue to the budget ad hoc committee. So my understanding is that both motions are withdrawn. Commissioner Ochen, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, I just wanted a commitment from the chair that this matter would be agendized at our next meeting.
I agree that both matters will be agendized at our next meeting.
Thank you.
The budget and the use of force, because frankly, I'm very much in agreement with you, Commissioner Ochen. I think that it is time to move on getting independence in terms of use of force investigations, which for too long have simply not been independent. But we'll discuss that further in at our April meeting. Thank you all for those discussions. I do want to return before we take our much needed break to the public comment on the remainder of the public comment on the budget issue. Jennifer.
Okay, and first an announcement in Spanish.
Buenos días, si necesitan traducción en español para sus comentarios, simplemente digan la palabra español antes de comenzar y alguien traducirá sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And as a reminder, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on the item that we're taking up for public comment now, which is LASD budget. And first we will hear from Andres Kwan. Andres, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yes. So since 2 minutes were not enough to name all the 18 human beings LASD killed just in the last 9 months, let me continue now. Number 12, not that obviously these are statistics, but this is the 12th person that died at the hands of LASD. Nicholas Burgos, 38, in Harvard UCLA Hospital. Saul Robert Salgado, 18, in Santa Fe Springs. Christian Sotelo Juarez, 28, in Roland Heights. Moises Arreola, 32, in Lenox. David Alvarado Jr., 38 in San Gabriel, Francisco Flores in El Monte, and lastly, David Ordaz, whom you know, was killed having a mental health crisis in East LA on Sunday night, shot 17 times. From what I've heard, from what some of us have heard, killed in front of his wife. And I believe, except for one individual, all these folks have been Black and Latinx, all in South LA, East LA, the Antelope Valley. And as established by Commissioner Kennedy's report, the Loyola Law Report and deputy gangs, these are the very areas with LAC stations riddled with deputy gangs that perpetrate violence against the community and their own, all of which Villanueva has effectively tolerated. And just in the past 5 years, out of all the shootings by LAC, the majority, more than half, happened in just these 6 stations: East LA, Compton, Century, South LA, Lancaster, and Palmdale. This is really a crisis of epic proportions. You know, after killing their loved ones, these deputy gangs and the sheriff's deputies go on to systematically harass the families in retaliation for their fighting for justice and to intimidate them. Something so rotten to its core for 50 years cannot be.
And that does conclude your time.
Needs to be dismantled and abolished.
And the next comment will come from Cortez Chandler. Cortez, please go ahead with your comment. Cortez Chandler, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment regarding the LASD budget.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, I have a question because I'm part of Cancel the Contract in the Antelope Valley. And one of the issues is the budget is so high for these counties, for these not counties, but for Los Angeles County, but the cities of Palmdale and Lancaster, it's $28 million, you know, average on each county. And we're still having 100 stops a day for as small as this area is, you know, being put over Black and brown communities. And we're trying to figure out how we can invest in community outreach and community services to limit that cost and the stops of, you know, unillicit stops, let me say it like that, where we having an issue with that. And that's one thing that I'm trying to find out, how that we can improve on that to help out our communities. Because we just talking about the captain was giving us numbers that really don't exist, you know, like Measure J. That funding hasn't touched down, it hasn't set down, and nobody has no control over that. And then they talking about saving money, like somebody was saying in another comment, they had a certain amount of police show up to one incident, you know, and I'm a witness of a lot of things that's going on in the Valley, and we're trying to create something that will, you know, reinvest into our community and to make our community feel safe. They have the school contract that they're up right now. They're trying to figure out what to do with it, and the county is working, you know, with them in that sense. So we got to find out a way to add some certain kind of police staffing that would help. You know, that's one of my issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment, Mr. Williams, if you could have a member of the staff reach out to the last person who spoke. I think there were some issues that perhaps we can be of assistance on. Thank you.
We'll do that. We're familiar with that. We'll reach out to them.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Janet West. Janet, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
In the previous budget discussion, Patty Gigans, not sure how to pronounce your name, said several times with emphasis, every time Met shows up, no one dies. So it would be very helpful to evaluate that statement if we know the number of incidents which were in dangerous situations, such as there were weapons involved or the assisted person was displaying violence. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Timothy Griffin. Timothy, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yes.
Good morning. Regarding the sheriff's budget, one thing that's never ever discussed, and it goes back to the old Lee Baca days when cuts were proposed, and he used to threaten that crime rates would rise, and he needed more people, and it's the sheriff's department budget is always about cutting people, and never about what the public considers, what a public business does is efficiencies, and like DA Gascon said, 21st century solutions, reimagining the process. The sheriff's department is a swamp of bureaucracy and procedures, and there is absolutely no interest in reducing any of that. It is a department of working harder and not smarter. The waste that goes on a daily basis is absolutely phenomenal. It's striking. As we know, overtime is out of control, and overtime is premium dollars for less than premium work. If it were run as a public business, it would be out of business. A public business cannot just go to the board of supervisors and say, I need more money, I need more people. That's 1980s thinking. And like DA Gascon said, we need 21st century solutions. And I would certainly hope that this committee would advocate looking for new solutions and not just continuing the old practices of the past. Cut, crime, add, find some quarters, dollars in the cushions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ellen Giese. Ellen, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yes. So I would like to say I would love to uplift everyone who has spoken before me, and I particularly love the last speakers. If it was a public business, they'd be out of business. Because boy, would that be true. And I would like to point out, and I know someone said this earlier, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. They talk about, needing the more funding to keep down crime rates, but they come in after a crime is committed. They are not responsible for keeping down crime rates. We need the funding to go to preventative measures to bring down crime rates, as I would like to point out, Commissioner Ochen mentioned. Doing the Measure J funds are meant to be going in there and fixing things before they get to a point that a theoretical law enforcement, and I use that term laughingly given our current LASD, would even need to be being brought in at all. I would like to also point out, and this is, obviously this was at the beginning of the meeting, but during Captain McBride's presentation on page 12, there was a chart of where murders have increased, and in the section of the quadrant of LA that they had increased, that's 3 supervisors districts that are involved in that, but he only mentioned Mitchell. He left off the other 2 and then attributed all of the increase of murders to being in Mitchell's district. So I would just like to point that out, that there is also being a vast amount of conflicting information in the way these things are presented to this commission and probably to the board. He also mentioned about how a lot of the hiring happened during the Clinton administration. We know Clinton's tough on crime measures were extremely misguided and do not help. So that to me, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle King. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Get LASD out of county hospitals. Nicholas Burgos and Ruben Herrera needed care, not cops. You know the code gold, which was interrupted by the sheriff's deputy the day Nicholas Burgos was murdered. Health professionals managed to respond to mental health crisis without killing patients. Guns do not have a place in mental health crisis response. Law enforcement are not trained for this, nor do they want to respond to those calls due to their lack of training. They just fear losing the funding. Invest that nearly $36 million in response teams who actually care about helping people. As Chair Rubin and Commissioner Harris brought to our attention, David Ordaz called for help during a mental health crisis and should be alive today. LASD was waiting for a MET, but ordered David out of the car. He should be alive. As part of the ATI vision, we need alternative non-LASD, non-law enforcement response to mental health crises immediately. Specifically, we should reallocate toward creating additional dedicated de-escalation teams at each hospital, hiring community advocates who can focus on de-escalating conflict while working as patient advocates, investing in mental health services and response teams, and training private security, hospital staff and providers in de-escalation, anti-racism, and trauma-informed care that is patient-centered and ethically sound. And I remind the Commission that when there's any talk of budget reduction, the sheriff threatens to stop investigations of physical abuse, sexual abuse, and rape against women and children. That is reprehensible fear-mongering and insulting to the survivors of abuse who know that current LASD investigation into these harms is not only re-traumatizing, but dismal. I can only think that McBride did not have the balls to mention that in his today because it only plays well in the press. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Pastor Q. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, regarding this increase in crime and the budget and needing more law enforcement, community-based program, we can't say this enough. A recent analysis connected community-based public safety programs to a 41% reduction in gang-related retaliatory homicide. An average of 27 fewer retaliatory homicide and 87 fewer retaliatory assaults annually over 4 years. Newark, New Jersey is one of the few major cities to significantly invest in community-based public safety. Mayor Rash J. Baraka spearheaded a citywide community-based violence reduction strategy that includes initiatives like the Newark Community Street Team and evidence-based on the work initiated in Los Angeles, right? Last year, while the rest of the state experienced reportedly 23% increase in homicide, the numbers in New York, the state's largest city, stayed flat at 51%. So again, 41% of all homicides are not solved while we're inflating these budgets of law enforcement, and it costs $2.5 million to investigate one homicide. And the reality is, again, community-based public safety, reimagined public safety. We're going to keep saying it because we need to prevent crime, not to react to crime as the predominant method to deal with our society. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Genevieve Claverall. Genevieve, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Jesus Christ, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Genevieve, you are unmuted. Would you like to go ahead with your comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead. Genevieve, we hear you right now. Please go ahead. Genevieve, there's no need for you to touch the unmute button. You can start speaking right now. Okay, looks like something's not working. We'll move on to Ron Dowell. This will be the last individual for public comment. Please go ahead, Ron.
Okay, Ron Dowell with Compton for Cops, Teen Intervention. Captain McBride might be a great jailer, maybe even better on patrol, but in operations, but he's in over his head talking about budgets. And I would say that except for Paul Tanaka, who was a CPA and now sits in prison, sworn personnel are not generally expert with budgets. Conrad Meredith and possibly Glenn Joe are the only personnel capable and qualified to discuss budget intelligently in your arena. Thank you.
Thank you. And that does conclude public comment for this item, which is LASD budget.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, everybody. We need to take a 15-minute break. We still have several important items, including family impact remarks and the discussion about request for state funding to lower the jail population. So please be prompt. We will begin again at 12:05, correct, Jennifer?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And we do have just a few minutes left before we resume from our break. As the commissioners and speakers are back at your computers, please turn your video camera on so that we can account for everyone who's back. And just to do a quick AV check, I see we have Peter Eliasberg. If you can unmute yourself and say hello, we can check your audio. Same thing with Peter Espinoza and Kristen Ochoa. If you could just say a quick hello.
Hello, this is Peter Eliasberg. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We hear you, Peter. Eliasberg, that is.
This is Peter Espinosa.
Wonderful. We hear you as well.
And this is Kristen Ochoa.
Excellent. Okay.
Jennifer?
Yes, Pastor Thompson.
Okay, I just want you to know that I am on, but I'm going to turn my camera off just due to the fact I'm en route to a meeting.
Excellent. Please drive safe.
Thank you so much.
And as again, for any of commissioners who are in front of your computer, please turn your cameras on. We have about 2 more minutes before our break ends. Thank you.
And actually, while we're waiting, I want to welcome Judge Espinosa, Kristen Ochoa, and Peter Eliasberg. Peter, you've been here from the beginning. Sorry it's taken so long to get to this item, but we look forward to hearing from you. So thank you very much. We'll get started in 1 minute.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, and it looks like we are at 12:05 right now.
I'd like to get started. Hopefully everybody will be back soon. This is agenda item 2C, discussion regarding available state funding to lower jail population. First of all, I want to once again thank Peter Eliasberg for bringing this issue to our attention. Last meeting, it was too late to put on the agenda, and I noticed that the Board of Supervisors took up one aspect of this at their meeting a week ago. I believe that was on the agenda yesterday. I don't quite know what happened with it, but this is an issue regarding having the county agree to proceed with receiving money from 2 separate sources of state funding to help reduce jail population. So Peter, how about hearing from you very briefly, and then we want to hear from Judge Espinosa and Dr. Ochoa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Rubin, and thank you, members of the commission, for putting this item on the agenda. As Chairperson Rubin referenced, there are really 2 pots of available state money that would allow the Office of Diversion and Reentry to increase the number of people who are charged with felonies, found incompetent to stand trial, to be, instead of staying in the jails, to receive their competency restoration treatment in the community. This is work that ODR is already doing, the pot of state funding, and has proven to do very effectively. This one pot of state funding would simply allow it to basically double the number of people who get their treatment in the community. And what that would mean is they would be placed in community instead of languishing in the jails for months, up to a year at a time, waiting transfer to a state mental hospital or to a competency-based restoration program in another jail in another county. I wish the commission didn't have to be addressing this issue. We'd hoped that the county would already have agreed to accept that state funding and also separate larger set of state funding that would basically allow ODR to take over responsibility for all the people who are charged with felonies found incompetent to stand trial in the county system. And what that would mean is both the expansion of the community-based restoration and also the opportunity for people in the jail who couldn't be placed in the community to immediately start getting intensive treatment through ODR clinicians, as opposed to, again, sitting for 6 months to a year waiting to have that treatment provided at a state mental hospital or jail in another county. I do want to leave the vast majority of the time for Dr. Ochoa and Judge Espinoza. Just a couple of points I'd really like to highlight. First, we don't know what's going on with the county. There is no transparency. You are correct that there was an item on the agenda. It got pulled. We don't know why. And there has been no public discussion of why with this money, this large pot of money that sits in the state budget, which is available for the county to be part of this pilot program. And the board is not being transparent at all about it. And we'd love to know why. And that's why we're glad that the commission is shining a light on this issue. We hope that at the end of these proceedings that the commission will write a strong letter to the board recommending that it opt into both programs. So just a couple of things I want to highlight. One, ODR has a tremendous track record in its community-based restoration work so far, an 80% retention rate. So this is simply adding more money from the state to enable it to expand a program that's already a proven success. And so it should be a no-brainer for the county to accept that money. Second, the FIS population is among the most vulnerable of people in the jails. These are people whose mental illness, or in a small number of cases, developmental disability is so severe that they can't even participate and really even understand the nature of the proceedings against them. Jails are not places for people like that with that kind of level of serious mental illness. Third, getting FIS out of the jail really helps with the Measure R goals of this commission. They will help lower the jail population, and it will take a particularly vulnerable population. Since COVID, even though the jail population has dropped, the percentage of people with serious mental illness among that jail population has gone up. So whatever benefits we're seeing through jail reduction since COVID, the population of people with serious mental illness has not benefited. And in fact, it's a larger percentage. It's long past time for the county to focus on this group of individuals, to help get them out of the jail, to further the goals of rehabilitation and care first, jails last, that's inherent in their own policy and in Measure R, and really change the dynamic and the way we're treating this, as opposed to a practice which is currently unconstitutional, where people are languishing in the jails for months at a time before they go to another facility for community-based, for their restoration treatment. And the last thing I'd like to say is I appreciate your acknowledging me, Chairperson Rubin, but the letter that we sent in was a joint letter from the ACLU and Justice LA and my colleague, or at least colleague in work, Eunices Hernandez. So thank you very much, and I really do hope that the commission will take this on and recommend to the county that they move forward in what seems to me should be a no-brainer approach to taking on these issues.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kristen Ochoa is the medical director for ODR, and you have some comments you'd like to make. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. I thank you. This is a very, it's a treasure of an opportunity to share our work with you. Thank you for being interested and caring about the patients we're taking care of. I just wanted to do a very quick overview about what ODR is, and we essentially remove people from the jail during COVID. This is just a photo of our staff bringing folks onto buses who were released in large numbers. And you can go ahead and advance the slides, Jennifer. And just ODR was created in 2015 by board motion, and we really got to work in about 2016. I was the first staff member, and we created our programs, really beginning with the misdemeanor incompetent to stand trial program, where we removed people who were seriously mentally ill, and really our work since then has focused on those with serious mental disorders in the jail mental health population. Okay, next slide, Jennifer. I wanted to make a note about the jail mental health population. It is very, very large. It is the largest in the country, the largest in the world. The largest people with serious population of people with serious mental disorders anywhere in one place. It is also the highest it has ever been at over 6,000 people. Those are people with mental disorders and high observation housing in the jail. in moderate observation housing, and also people who are in the general population but receiving mental health services and medication. So I just wanted to note that it's very high, and COVID has contributed to that. Okay, next slide. So our focus, again, is those with serious mental disorders, but we also have a maternal health program. So we remove women who are pregnant in the jail out to community services who can be diverted. So with those with very serious charges, we're not able to do that in the courts, but otherwise the vast majority we are able to get out. We also have been working with people, usually at correctional health services request, who have serious physical disorders, often end-stage cancer, et cetera, helping to get those people out of jail and into a medical care, usually residential or skilled nursing care. We focus on people who are homeless, and most of the people we work with also have substance use disorders. Okay, next slide. This is just a very quick snapshot of our dashboard, which is available on our website for anyone to see. You can see that we've removed almost 6,000 people from the LA County Jail since we began our work through these various programs. And I just wanted to make a note that this isn't just a referral, this isn't just a piece of paper, this is an elaborate clinical intervention inside of the courtroom in the adversarial process, where the courtroom looks like a clinic with ODR physicians and social workers, et cetera, working directly with judges and lawyers and offering a service so that that person could be removed from jail who otherwise would not have left. And they're directly picked up and sent to our housing, which we have created. We have over 73 housing sites, which we've been incredibly lucky to build from the ground up in a way that we think is best for the community, for the now community members, persons who've been removed from jail. Okay, go ahead. I also just wanted to make a note about the jail mental health population and its racial makeup. In ODR, we're very proud to have 40% of our clients are African American and 30% are Latino. When we have done various projects and looking at data from the jail mental health population, we noted that the jail mental health population was very different than the general population of the jail. It was the proportion of people who are Black and African American was higher. And of course, it goes without saying that the proportion of people in both jail mental health and the jail general population is vastly higher than in just the general LA community. We noted this and saw this for the first time and thought it was very important to publish. And we did recently publish this paper. And, you know, obviously this work comes from the heart among the ODR team, and we sort of could not turn away from this data and felt it should be out there. Okay, next slide. So now I'm going to focus on the FIST program, which stands for, it's not the best name, but it's what we're stuck with, the Felony Incompetent to Stand Trial Program. As Peter Leisberg noted, these are people who are incompetent to stand trial because of their mental disorder. They can't rationally cooperate with their attorney. They can't understand the proceedings against them. That's how they get declared incompetent. There are about 1,100 people per year who fit this population in our jails, about 400 at any given time. And as Peter said, there's currently no real good path to the state hospital. State hospitals have been closed a lot during COVID-19, just not accepting people at all. And I also want to highlight that a lot of times people are not sent to state hospital. They're actually sent to places that the state hospital contracts with, which is the San Bernardino County Jail and now newly the Kern County Jail. So when we think people are, you know, when you're eking out these tiny numbers of beds and we think that they're actually going to state hospital, a lot of the time they're not. They're just going to a different jail that the state hospital is paying for. And Peter also said they languish in jail for a very long time. It used to be less prior to COVID. Now it is very long. Sometimes we're doing cases where people have been in jail waiting for state hospital or jail-based competency treatment for up to a year. Next slide. So what we do is something really unique. We're the only place in the state that does it. We do community-based restoration. So we'll take someone off of that wait list, we'll bring them out into our housing. They come out into a home with about 20 or 19 other people, looks very much like a family home. Inside that home is mental health services, 24/7 security, and we basically do the restoration while they're living in the community. And the goal is for them to not go back to jail. They typically do not unless something happens and they there's a new crime committed or something extremely egregious, but by and large, people get restored in the community. They return to their criminal courts, and the criminal court sees that they've been doing a great job, and they're able to stay in the community. So this is a collaboration with Department of State Hospitals, and they do fund this program of ours. We've had since 2018. Okay, we can go forward. And so I just wanted to it's a difficult subject, the felony incompetent to stand trial. So I just tried to create some graphics to make it a little bit easier. So I'll just run through this pretty quick. Basically, if you're a person living in Los Angeles County, you're charged with a felony. So you're a Los Angeles County citizen, you're not coming from some other place. You come into the jail, your mental disorder basically creates a finding of incompetence to stand trial. You're among this pool of about 400 people in the jail who at any given time are also felony incompetent to stand trial. And those folks are the ones who are waiting a very long time. This particular figure is noting the cost because every single day that they sit in jail, the county pays for that bed. They pay for all the costs for custody, they pay for all the healthcare costs. And you can go on, Jen, for the next slide. And then essentially you can go, when you're in this pool of people who are felony incompetent to stand trial waiting, you can go to 3 different places. You can go to a jail-based competency treatment program that's in San Bernardino County Jail or Kern County Jail. And yes, that does mean you are transferred from one jail to another. Or you can go to the state hospital, Patton State Hospital, Metropolitan State Hospital, or now because of our program, you can go into the community for community-based restoration. When you go into community-based restoration, your weight in the jail, so your cost goes down because your weight in the jail is less. When you're waiting for a JBCT bed or a state hospital bed, you're racking up charges every day, at the county cost sitting in the jail. And then once you go to get restored in a jail-based program or in the state hospital, when you come back and you are finally restored, you go back to jail. So you're back in LA County Jail, getting through your criminal proceedings from LA County Jail. It doesn't result in you having some kind of disposition to community care, to housing, nothing. You're just back in jail just like everybody else. Unlike our program where you're in the community, you're in our housing, and now our whole goal is keeping you in housing for the long term and trying to keep you in care and in the community for the long road and not having people go back into the system. Next slide. So I wanted to do a side-by-side comparison. Right now, the funding under question is, there's 2 pots of funding under question. One we've been calling the Little Fist Project, and the other we've been calling the CCDP, which stands for the Community Care Demonstration Project. And I'll elaborate more on these in a minute, but I just wanted to first do the side-by-side comparison so as to not confuse everybody. So Little Fist is this small pot of money that will basically extend our existing services. Basically, it's everything we've already been doing. We just get to double the size of the program. And we were supposed to have started that on the 1st of March, but it got held up just through, but various forces kept a DHS from being able to sign the contract right away. And then a board motion was created to help us get that contract signed. It was originally on calendar for the 9th, and Peter referred to it being continued. Now it's on for the 23rd. And we're hoping that board motion passes. We are literally ready that afternoon to start the work. We have everything lined up, and we really want to double the size. We have people waiting in jail for us, waiting to come out. So that's not a big lift in terms of like what it is, because it's what we've already been doing. And we're really hoping the county allows us the opportunity to just sign the contract and get on with the work. Now, the CCDP, the Community Care Demonstration Project, is a big thing, big ball of wax. It's basically the state giving over all responsibilities to some pilot counties, and they really want to include LA, to take over the entire responsibility of people who are felony incompetent to stand trial. It's a year-over-year money, and it's a lot. As you can see, the governor's budget proposes $233 million to counties, and the vast majority would go to Los Angeles, and I'll detail that in a minute. And counties will basically assume all care, not just this thing we call community-based restoration, but just all care for every single person. So it's something that ODR is excited about in terms of an opportunity, and we're hoping that it could be possibly reconsidered as an opportunity we could accept. Next slide. So this is just the board motion that's on now, that was continued from the 9th, and now it's on for the 23rd, and that is for the small pot of money to expand our existing community-based restoration program. So fingers crossed for the 23rd that goes through. Okay, next slide. And now to talk about the bigger project. So Los Angeles specific funding highlights, I was giving you the entire state figures and the governor's budget previously. So it would be $193.7 million the first year is proposed for Los Angeles. And then year over year, it would be $137 million, again, ongoing. That would be providing care for the baseline population of any given year of about 1,100 people who are in the jail to, and then basically the way that the calculation was done is they're giving, they would propose to give us $108,000 per person per year. And that would come from the Department of State Hospitals. Okay, next slide. Other highlights, this would support, the money would support a continuum of care. We believe that we could divert, or in other words, we could remove from custody the vast majority of people who are felony incompetent to stand trial into community-based housing. We're pretty confident about that. And so this would be a community, mostly a community continuum of care that this would pay for. We additionally can purchase beds in the state hospital if we opt to do so. However, the state will charge us 150% of their current rate, so it's expensive to do it. So we would only want to do it on occasion. And as Peter has said, the wait to get into those beds is long, so we would not want to do that option very often, but sometimes we may have to. And it's there, it's available to us, which is great. And then any savings that we might have from this large pot of money, the state allows us to reinvest at our discretion for the population, which is fantastic. And I also, some people refer to this as realignment, and I just want to kind of talk about that vocabulary word. Realignment is basically happens when we have no choice, when counties have no choice. And sometimes there's funding associated with true realignment and sometimes not. This is not realignment, but this is a contract that the state is offering us that we can sign or not sign, and that we can continue or not continue. And that the first contract would begin this summer and would end in 2025. So it's all the things that a normal contract has, including we can sign it or not sign it and continue it or not continue it. So, and I think next slide, I believe that is all I have. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ochoa. That was really helpful and instructive. Judge Espinosa, did you want to make a few brief comments? I think Dr. Ochoa did a great job.
Yeah, that was a stroke of genius to let her go first. So let me just thank you, Chairperson Rubin, for inviting us here today. I want to thank the entire commission for inviting us here today to explain the mechanics of the FISC community-based restoration program and the various funding opportunities being made available by the state. I also want to thank Peter Eliasberg for his tireless, unflagging support, not just for this this proposal, but for the work that ODR does and endeavors to remove people from the county jail who suffer from a serious mental illness. The one number, I don't know if Dr. Ochoa mentioned, is we're rapidly approaching 6,000 folks removed from the jail over a 5-year period. So we're very proud of our work, and we're happy to answer any questions that any of the commission members have. Thank you.
Sorry, I will certainly open it up to other commissioners, but frankly, I am puzzled that there isn't a move from the board to quickly jump into this and urge the contracts to be signed. I mean, we have talked before, Judge Espinoza, ODR has a great track record, and I just think these people do not belong languishing in the jail. So let me see if there are any commissioners who have any questions at this point.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ochen.
Thank you, Chair Rubin. I just have a question to any of our speakers. I understand that this has been a sort of a confounding process, and I think Mr. Eliasberg, you said, there hasn't been a lot of transparency around the county's approach to this funding. But I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about sort of the concerns that you've heard from the county as to why they are not accepting what seems to be readily available funding for a clearly in need population, to a county agency that has clearly been effective, and for a population that costs a significant amount of money to house and doesn't benefit from incarceration, whereas in the community, the costs are roughly 10% of what they are in custody. So I'm just wondering, given that, as Chair Rubin said, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I'm wondering if you could either describe what you're thinking or reiterate kind of what you've heard.
Well, Professor Ocean, can I defer to folks at ODR who are in the county halls every day? But then if I have something to add, I certainly will.
So the question is, why the hesitancy, given that this seems to be a population that needs support, that the county that there are providers in the community that can do a better job at lower cost in addressing this population? What's been the hesitancy that you, from your perspective, from the county to readily accept this funding that could double your capacity?
So I'm gonna take a stab at answering the question, Commissioner Ocean. I have found county government and county bureaucracy somewhat confounding in the 5 years that I've worked for Los Angeles County, but I will say that a number of concerns have been expressed and addressed over the last few weeks, including community safety concerns. Not everybody is as familiar with our work as other folks in terms of bringing people who are incompetent to stand trial and charged with serious felonies into the community. But I think we've been able to answer the community safety questions and concerns to most people's satisfaction. There were other concerns about the sufficiency of the money being offered to care for this population, and we've been working through those questions. Sometimes one board office at a time, but in other large meeting settings. And I think we're getting close to having reached an agreement. I'm hoping that we are getting close to having reached an agreement as to the modest expansion. I think the larger demonstration project, the decision making needs to be a little slower on that because of the breadth and the depth of the program. That having been said, Dr. Ochoa and I have frequently said publicly that we believe that we are capable of caring for this population, and we're hoping ultimately that the county agrees with us. But there are processes that have to take place, and we are at least for the modest expansion program, I believe, close to the end of those processes.
Professor Ocean, if I could add one thing that I had heard, because I did not mention in my introduction, but the ACLU has sued the state for these unconscionable delays of moving people from jails into potentially other jails or state mental hospitals. And the Superior Court up north has held that in fact the state's performance has been unconstitutional. That ruling is on appeal. We have heard that, and I can't attribute to a specific person, but we've heard this, well, but if we were to do the pilot program, in effect, we, the county, would be now fully responsible for this population, and then the ACLU is just going to turn around and sue us. And I've tried to reassure the county that, you know, the things that led to our suing the state were years and years of unacceptable performance and years of lengthy delays. And what, you know, so we've also during that lawsuit said we much prefer to see people who can receive community restoration do it in the community than in the jail. So it's hard for me to imagine a world where, and given ODR's track record, which is excellent, it's hard for me to imagine a world where we would turn around and feel like that what the county was doing was unacceptable compared to what the state has done. Now, obviously, I can't say that if the county completely failed and was just not treating people at all and leaving them in the jail for months and months at a time, as the state has done, that at some point that wouldn't be a legal problem. But I just can't really imagine, given ODR's track record and compared to the state's track record, that there's not going to be dramatic improvement in the terms of the wait times and the level of care that would occur if the county did opt into this pilot program.
So would it be helpful, Dr. Ochoa and Judge Espinoza, if this commission were to urge the Board of Supervisors to adopt the funding for the smaller fist, the 34 million, at least get that started and rolling, and then perhaps the other one will move along. Is that what you're looking for at this point in time?
Let me answer that question as diplomatically as I can. We were invited here today to explain to you the mechanics and benefits of the work that we do with this population, not necessarily to lobby you for support. We assume that if you were impressed with our presentation, your support would flow naturally from that. But I don't want to give the impression that we're trying to pick a fight with the Board of Supervisors or the CEO. But we were very thankful for this opportunity to address this august body.
Thank you, Judge Espinosa, and I certainly did not intend to put you on the spot. You are showing a great judicial demeanor, and I'm sorry if it appeared that I was overstepping my bounds.
Not at all.
Commissioner Bonner, you have a question.
Thank you. First of all, I really appreciate what ODR has been doing and is doing. I want you to understand that. But I do have I believe this commission has, as part of its responsibilities, oversight responsibilities, has a duty to inquire into public safety or community safety issues. And so I listened very carefully to Dr. Ochoa, and I would say probably a significant number of people charged with felonies in LA County who reside in LA County could be released to community-based housing that ODR has some precedent in arranging. But I am concerned that there are some individuals who have serious mental illness who are charged with very serious crimes. And by the way, if I were going to use a hypothetical, as I tend to do, and I may be somewhat of an exaggeration, but if you had a person charged with a felony who had committed or was charged with committing multiple murders and yet was incompetent to stand trial, I assume the community-based housing would not be secure enough to at least give me a good feeling about public or community safety. And I'm just wondering how you would address that issue, assuming we got the funding and we put I've forgotten the acronym for it, but the community-based restoration for seriously mentally ill who are incompetent to stand trial. How would we handle, let's say, that group of individuals who where there may still be a very serious community or public safety concern with their release? Or not release, but housing and non-secure housing situations.
Yeah, I can take that question, Mr. Bonner. It's a good question. I'm glad you asked it. right now, with the work that we're doing in community-based restoration, we're only taking from a portion of those people, those 400 people who at any given time are felony incompetent to stand trial. So you can imagine that if we're only taking from a portion, that we can take those charged with felonies that are readily divertible. People who judges, justice partners, prosecutors would agree are better suited to be in the community with supervision in an open residential setting. So right now we have that luxury, we can do that. You probably have heard of the RAND study that looked at the jail mental health population and found that 61% they believed, if resources existed, could be removed from custody and placed into community. We believe that that 61% is definitely true. And that actually for this particular isolated population of FIST, it's actually even higher. And the reason is that there's no question on the part of judges and justice partners that these folks have serious mental disorders, and those are treatable, and they're treatable well in the community. So that 61%, in my opinion, is something more like 75%. And then, as you have mentioned, there's going to be a population that there's no way we're going to be able to remove. Maybe it's about 25% of the population of people who are felony incompetent to stand trial, who there's just no way we're going to put those hearings forward and the judges are going to agree, nor would we as ODR do something like that because we are also, it's not a good use of anybody's resources, and we also try to, have a trusting relationship with the justice partners, and we bring forward cases that we think make sense and are reasonable. That 25% or so would have to be treated either by buying those beds in the state hospital, which is a locked setting, and or by quickly trying to get people competent in the jail. Now, when people are declared incompetent, they'll sit for months and months in the jail without treatment. That's very, very focused. So treatment as per usual in the jail, the jail is really stretched, and they can't see people as often as we would if we had such a program. And we would have specialized psychiatrists who would do this and try to get people competent. I mean, right now it's maybe once a month, once every 3 months at times that you see a psychiatrist, just status quo. So with this kind of focused effort, we could see people more frequently, get them on medications, use that involuntary medication order that comes with a finding of incompetency that the judge gives us, and we can have everything organized. And I believe do a much better job of getting people to competency so that they can then move forward with their criminal proceedings, and we would reduce overall the jail length of stay. So I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. That was a great answer, and it helps me a lot. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing, Judge Bonner, and that is each one of these cases is subjected to an adversarial hearing. We do the clinical assessments at ODR, but it's really the lawyers and judges that have the final say on who will be coming out of the jail and into our care.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Ocen, one last question, and then we need to go to public comment.
I yield. Judge Espinosa just answered my question.
Okay, great. Any other? This has been extremely helpful and a terrific presentation. I want to thank you all for it. We are slowly running out of time. We also have family impact remarks to do yet, so we will go past our usual conclusion time of 1 minute. Jennifer, would you please go ahead to public comment? We are going to unfortunately have to reduce the time. So please go ahead.
Sure, and first an announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes, si necesitan traducción en español para sus comentarios, simplemente digan la palabra español antes de empezar sus comentarios y alguien traducirá sus comentarios al último. Gracias.
Thank you. And our first comment will come from Zulma Aguilar. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, hi, my name is Zulma Aguilar, not Aguilar. But yeah, the 40% African American mental health issue quote, I think that Kristen made, absolutely concerned me. And it just makes sense that, systematic racism in Los Angeles is prevalent, and they're getting more felonies as opposed to other races. And as a Latina, I feel concerned that there's that many mentally ill African American people in jail. And because they are Black, I want them to have a little bit, more. Judges need to stop putting them in jail or transferring them to jail. Like, we need to minimize that percentage to something comparable to what, is going on here. Like, we need to take care of Black people in LA in jail, period. That is a crazy number. It just goes to show that the sheriffs are giving more felonies to Black people that are mentally ill, and they're killing more of them too. So in a way, I kind of like that they're in jail as opposed to getting killed, but I also don't like that they're getting more felonies than other people. You have that kid who just killed somebody in a Lamborghini, a Latina. You have people who the LASD does not respect. Not even Kobe Bryant's death photos of him and his daughter were released by a sheriff.
Thank you. And that does conclude your time.
Oh.
And the next comment will come from Richard Diaz. Richard, please go ahead with your comment.
Hello, my name is Richard Diaz, and I work for Disability Rights California. We're an agency designated under federal law to protect and advocate for the rights of Californians with disabilities. So we join other advocacy groups like the ACLU and Justice LA in asking this commission to issue a recommendation to the County Board of Supervisors to approve and accept the 2 sources of funding that were discussed, and will enable the Office of Diversion and Reentry to move more people found incompetent to stand trial out of jail and into community-based restoration treatment. Our organization has worked on incarceration and detention issues that intersect with the disability community, and we continue to push counties throughout the state to pursue more diversion and reentry through advocacy efforts and litigation. We've monitored conditions in the LA County jail system, and we've seen how people are languishing and deteriorating. So, we support the ODR and their efforts and their program. And thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ron Dowell. Ron, please go ahead. Ron Dowell, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
I have no comments for this topic.
Okay, and next we'll move to Michelle Infante. Please go ahead with your comment, Michelle.
Hi, you spent so much time on a deputy eulogy, budgets and presentations. The reality is that the county allows the sheriff's department to be the biggest liability that they have. The civilian oversight was built for families in the community, and it's about what happens to them. It has to do with deputy gangs, deputy misconduct, harassment from deputy gangs, and their families being murdered. You need to remember that when you make the meeting for next month and you talk 98% about budgets and presentations, and you don't allow these families the time that they deserve to come up here and talk about their experiences. You forget that this platform was built for that, not for people to come up and make eulogies about deputies. I wish you would remember that next month when you have your meeting, and allow these families more time to be speaking and not be asking them to give deadly experiences that happened to them and their traumas only 1 minute. It's disgusting. It's really awful that the commission does that to these families.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ellen Giese. Ellen, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to say that this is somewhat uplifting the commenter before me, because I agree with everything that she said. This is the first presentation I've heard here that didn't make me sick to my stomach. These people have spoken so well, and it's given me actual hope for a reimagined LA. And I know Judge Espinoza had to be diplomatic with his response, but I would encourage this commission to back the requests for these funds to the Board of Supervisors. I speak at the Board of Supervisors as well. Believe me, I will be speaking on this to them directly. But please use your weight as well to back these requests for money. This is money that's available. The state is offering this money. All we have to do is say yes, and let these wonderful people who have been speaking to you today be fully funded to do their work and do it as effectively as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Doretta Thompson. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, I was going to decline the comment. However, I appreciate, the clarification that was provided, differentiating the mentally ill offenders, those that are more severe compared to those that are less severe. Because I think sometimes we often want to clump everybody in categories when we're making decisions that are so serious as this. And I like the fact that there were more clarifications given to that. I also appreciated the comment in regards to the Black community. However, I beg to differ. I don't want to see more Black mentally ill men or women or children incarcerated. I'd rather see the issues of the Black community actually specifically identified and addressed so that we can move beyond the mental health disparities that we continue to experience and have experienced for ongoing periods of time. So with that, I appreciate again being allowed to speak, and thank you all for your continued support for these changes that are absolutely needed.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Eunices Hernandez. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eunices Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director of La Defensa and a member of the Justice LA Coalition. I want to thank the COC for bringing in this presentation, and for Dr. Ochoa, Judge Espinoza, and Peter Leisberg for sharing all that information. It's shocking to think that, you know, there's even like second thoughts about committing to something like this when there's people inside the jail now who are suffering now, who through the current process, you know, end up going through different jails for services, but end up out in the streets, and then end up back in the jail. So the system is failing. And so it's an issue of like fiscal responsibility, but also really looking at the racial injustice that's really highlighted in this moment. Like the most vulnerable folks are the ones in the jail. So I just urge you all to really send a letter to the BOS to support this issue and to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Andres. Please go ahead with your comment, Andres.
Yes, hi. I want to yield my time. Also, before I do that,
and Andres, just so you're aware, there was an announcement made that yielding time is not allowed. So please go ahead.
My comments right now, but I do want to raise how the agendas are made and how they're changed last minute. Obviously, you know, when my colleague in the ACLU champions this issue of the FISC program, but the fact that the deputy gangs issue was taken off at such a moment is, I think it was irresponsible. And I think, you know, we need to make sure that the families have all the time they have to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Wetland. Please go ahead with your comment, Michelle.
Hi, yeah, you know, I just want to say that when the point was brought up about the fear of lawsuits, I think what the LASD lawsuit funds were what at last count somewhere around 81 million. So the fear of lawsuits should not stop the county from fully funding this program. You know, the ODR has clearly been proven effective. I just want to encourage you to please, at the very bare minimum, recommend the Little Fist program. The BOS committed to closing Men's Central Jail. This is going to be required at a bare minimum. Please encourage the additional funding of the fully funded CCDP. Every presentation today has pointed to reimagine community safety. And I just want to know what you all are satisfied to be complicit with in this humanitarian crisis in LA County.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Audrey George. Audrey, please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, stop calling the gangs cliques, a term that detracts from the harm they cause in Black and Brown communities. The culture of law enforcement in LA has always been one of racism and brutality that seeks to obliterate the humanity and lives of targeted people. The crisis of tattooed racist deputy gangs permeating all ranks of LASD and Villanueva's utter refusal to put a stop to it has only enabled deputy gangs to engage in greater misconduct and to shoot more. His actions have sent a clear message to deputies that they will not face accountability, resulting in terrible human cost in deputy violence. Just since this summer, LASD has killed at least 18 community members, including Andres Guardado, Dijon Kizzy, Fred Williams and Francisco Flores. You know that after killing their loved ones, these deputy sheriffs then go on to systematically harass their families. Please agendize this issue for your next meeting. Dedicate much more time for impacted families to speak.
Thank you. And the last public comment for this item will come from Janet West. Please go ahead with your comment, Janet.
Thank you. First, I'm very supportive of mental health treatment and believe we need to significantly increase and change the process. I am wondering if this program creates unequal treatment in that those with mental illness will be able to go to an open residential setting while others will be required to serve out their term in incarceration. And I would also like to know the length of LA County residency that's required to be eligible for this program. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all of the public comment for this item.
All right, thank you for that. I think that we've heard some much needed insight into what is the best way to proceed here. And I'm hoping that there will be somebody from the commission who would be willing to address the board next Tuesday at its meeting on this subject. But that will be an issue for the executive director to figure out. But I do want, we still have 2 sets of family impact remarks that I want to hear from. It's important to hear from them. Each family will have a total of 10 minutes to share their remarks. The commission received 2 requests this month from the families of Anthony Vargas and Paul Rea. We'll first hear from Lisa Vargas, mother of Anthony Vargas, and then followed by Leo Garcia, mother of Paul Rea, and Julie Diaz Martinez, who is the grandmother of Paul Rea. Ms. Vargas, please proceed. I'm sorry that we had to make you wait all this time.
Thank you. So, my name is Lisa Vargas, and I'm the mother of Anthony Vargas. I'm here to address the COC with my son and his injustice that continues to be created by LASD. I have been an active member in the community and have brought awareness on sheriff killings, as everybody has known. Recently, a CBS special was broadcasted exposing the killers of my son and of Paul Rea. Something we have known for years, yet no one has listened to us. It took a newscaster to expose this when we have been coming to these meetings for more than 2 years now. The sheriff gangs have consistently harassed us, not just my family, but other impacted families, and nothing is being done. Recently, an incident occurred where the killer of my son was outside of my family's home while we were live. We were live on a broadcast with so many people. There was more than 100 people that were on that broadcast that were listening to the screams and listening to us. My family was triggered and put in a state of disgust that this occurred and that there was no consequences. Pictures were shown as to how close Rojas was and how he crouched down to not be seen by his members, his Bandito gang members to be exact, attempting to block him. When does this harassment stop? If victims' lives matter, then why isn't anyone doing anything to protect the rights and safety of the families that are left behind? It's an embarrassment and creates rage to hear your sheriff parade around in town halls when his officers are the ones victimizing the community. If a person receives a restraining order due to abuse, harassment, and stalking, should they violate that restraining order, they are arrested. What makes these deputies any different with their badges? My son's life mattered, and that's what you people need to understand. Impacted families' lives matter. No one is above the law, yet there has been obstacle after obstacle to stop these harassments. We have been told about bridges that are going to be created to report. We have been told of investigations, yet nothing has happened. When is enough going to be enough? How many more killings have to happen under the East LA Sheriff and Villanueva? There's no more excuses. The community's lives are now in your hands. For all those that are listening, all those that have read any kind of documentation, seen any kind of media, our lives are now in your hand. We demand that the board use its power to create change and fulfill its duty. No life should be taken by these gangs that hide behind a badge that is given to them by the state of California. My faith in the system has vanished. There's no trust, no respect for those who have tickled our ears with false hope and change that it's coming. The system has failed my son in his honor. He has been slandered and made to be another Chicano man killed and justified by the system. His name has been tainted by false information given by LASD spokespeople. Truth was covered up and their words have lingered in people's ears believing my son was a robber. Who's going to be held accountable for that? Information being submitted to court has contradicted everything that the DA's report has said and that media has said. Enough is enough. This kind of harassment and abuse must be stopped. How many more must be killed? In 2018, if Perez would have been taken off the streets, George Serrano would have been alive still. Not only was he killed by the same deputy, but he was killed in the same manner as my son. These law enforcement officers not only get into sheriff gangs, but a majority come from the Men's Central Jail where they're trained, where they do their training, specifically the 3000 unit. Enough with your blindness. Stop saying your hands are tied. My son's body is in ashes as we speak and is now doing more to expose this system. He is exposing the injustice of the corrupt system. My son will get justice one day with or without the board's help. If you all claim that victims' lives matters, show us. Don't say it, but show us that this board is about change and committed to helping us families. My son's blood took a year to seep through the dirt. He lied in it. It's a sacred place for us, even in the space we must watch ourselves as LASD that they don't come out to harass the space and the moment of grieving. They take our pain and they laugh in our face. These are the kind of individuals patrolling and claiming to protect our communities. Victims' lives matter? Where's the services to deal with that? Where's the protection for our families? Who do we report this to? The ones that are promoting the violence or the ones that are condoning it? Now, there were some very, very interesting comments that were made here that you guys talked about. The budget. I've been on here since 9 o'clock and I've heard you talk about the budget. And you know how it infuriates me that me and my family, we're impacted families. We're suing the department. And we're now hearing that this money that's going into their budget is the money that we end up getting, the money that everybody's settling for. Not only that, but you talk about public safety. Public safety is a joke. We need to look into the sheriffs first, because not only are they killing our Black and brown community, but they're also condoning domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and how they trigger us. Most of them are abusers themselves. Villanueva proved that when he rehired Mendoyan. But yet nobody's seen this. How is it that the community is coming forward? We're standing in solidarity with one another. I stand with all the other families that are out there. We formed a bond that we should have never had to have formed. There's nothing out there that anybody is doing except telling us, wait, data's coming. These new amendments are coming. This is ridiculous. My son has been waiting for 2 years to get his justice. And I understand that there's people that have been waiting longer. But my son's case is connected to so many others. Why can't you people see this? Why is nothing being done? And the harassment itself, because we're fighting these banditos, the Vargas family, the Rea family, and every other family out there that's fighting any kind of sheriff gang. Why is it that they are allowed to come in front of our homes and make a mockery of what they've done? This is ridiculous. Where are the services? What is going to be done? My demand here tonight is that somebody look into this, because these people are showing up. They're not only traumatizing the adults, but they're traumatizing the children. And I hear a lot about, mental health and stuff like that. What about their mental health? What happens to the children that are minors that lost their loved one? Where are their services? And at that, services that are not being provided by the sheriff's department. We don't want their blood money. We don't want them to help us. We want to know what is going to be done. How are you going to justify what's been done? Because I keep hearing everybody here go in circles for years saying the same thing, telling us that they're on it, they're looking into it, there's investigations. And I understand that it takes time, but how much more time do you need when you're seeing that they're killing us off as you guys are investigating? Not only do you have to investigate our cases, but now you have to investigate other cases. These cases are coming out of the East LA Sheriff's Department and nobody is doing anything. These officers are still on the street. They're still out there. We see them almost daily and nobody is doing anything about it. So before anybody comes on here and before anybody says anything, know that the families are standing hand in hand, with or without this board, with or without the Board of Supervisors, with or without the state of California. We're going to get our justice. We are going to get our justice. I'm going to get justice for my son. I'm going to get justice for all the other families that are out there. And it's really sad because my sister said something a few weeks ago right after that podcast was on. My sister said something that touched so many of us, and it put such a heaviness in our heart because she says, what is it going to take for an impacted family member to die at the hands of law enforcement again before some kind of action happens? So I'm going to take my last dying breath screaming justice for Anthony. Justice for Anthony Vargas, justice for all impacted families. And if there's no justice, then I'm going to guarantee you right now that we're not going to have no peace. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephanie Luna, another member of this family, you are unmuted. There's about 50 seconds left.
Just a moment, just before you start, Ms. Luna, I just wanted to apologize. I'm going to have to sign off at this point because I teach in about 5 minutes, and so I have to go to my class, but I want to apologize for missing the remaining comments from Ms. Luna. I want to thank Ms. Vargas for her powerful testimony, and know that I believe you when you've shared about the harassment that you're experiencing, and I'm committing to doing what I can as a member of the commission to hold the folks that are treating your family in this way accountable. Again, I apologize to Ms. Luna and to the next family that will be speaking that I have to sign off.
Okay, and Stephanie, you are unmuted if you would like to take the remaining 1 minute.
I'll just go ahead and speak during public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we will work to move to the next family. And Julie Martinez, you are unmuted now. Can you say hello?
Oh, hello. I was hoping that you would unmute Leah Garcia, please.
Excellent. I will unmute her as well. Right now, you can go ahead and begin.
I'm allowing for Leah to use the time. She has been cut off so many times. I think it's important that she be provided this opportunity to start first. Thank you.
Leah, you're unmuted now. Leah Garcia, you're unmuted. Can you hear me? It sounds very fuzzy. I'm not sure if you could get closer to the mic.
Better now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. Well, bear with me, please, because I never really read. I never really, I think, spoke fully in Paul's case. Because I'll be honest, I really never read any reports with Jackie Lacey. I never read it till this morning. So please bear with me. On June 27th, when my son was murdered, I know that that night Paul was in fear. He was in fear because not because he was hiding anything or he was guilty of anything. He was in fear for his life, a way that he was when he was approached by Saavedra and his partner. Um, he was pulled out with gun drawn when they kept on asking several times why were they getting pulled over. Um, and they were getting yelled at and told, don't effing worry about it. Paul only made it 3 or 4 steps away from Saavedra. Paul was shot in the neck, which was rapid, which was on the death certificate. And it was a rapid fatal shot. Also on the left forearm and the right forearm, and also his leg. Saavedra said that my son hit him during, there was altercation. Video footage shows Paul running, but it doesn't show what Saavedra said. He said he was hit on the left temple, and which he said his knees buckled, his neck cracked, and he heard ringing in his left ear. And he also had a concussion, but he was so fast to pull his gun. Also, on the statement, he said that he never saw a gun from Paul. He never saw Paul pointing a gun at him. He just saw that Paul had a look in his eyes that he wanted to kill. I don't know how that is justifiable. He's looking at my son and knowing that he wants to kill him. That does not make no sense to me. All this occurred, which it's lies after lies, which now, sorry. On the paper, all the paperwork, it says at 11 o'clock he was pulled over. 10:47 is the time that Paul got shot. On the video footage, it shows 10:47. From 10:47 to 10:56, nobody went to Paul's aid. They stood around him. No, I'm sorry. At 10:51, Santos, Deputy Santos went and told Paul to put his hands up. He was unresponsive. She went and handcuffed him. And Santos is the one that Sunday, I had another encounter with her when we went out to the shooting that happened on Sunday. We went out for support, and she pulled up to us, me and my family, and she told my daughter, oh, I remember you. And my daughter said, oh, you do? Because we had several encounters with this officer that we went in there, and I made several complaints about her because she was the next day after Paul passed, she went and was laughing at us. 2 days maybe after that, she came back again, pumping her brakes and telling us what's up, like she wanted to fight us. So I, went and made several complaints about this woman. So on Sunday, she comes and says that she remembers my daughter, and she goes, what, you're staying out of trouble? And my daughter said, are you? And she goes, yeah, peace out. I didn't know this till today. She was an officer that handcuffed my son. I don't know what problem she has to mess with my family. That's harassment at its finest. And she had encountered an encounter with my daughter at a shopping center. She was arguing with my daughter. I wasn't there, but she was arguing with my daughter back and forth. This is a 15-year-old girl that a grown woman is arguing with. It's just, that's where the harassment started from the next day, actually, after Paul his passing. At 10:56, the 5 officers went around Paul. He was not moving at all. The last time we saw him move on the video was 10:48. So at 10:56, they were standing around him, searching him. So after 11 o'clock, they barely let the ambulance in, but the ambulance was there the whole time, but they didn't let him in because their cars, patrol cars, were blocking. In the statement that Saavedra did say that he did never saw a gun. He or Paul never pointed one at him. I don't know how this is justifiable. Now, as well, like Lisa said, we have to deal with this harassment. We didn't do nothing to them. They took our babies. We didn't do nothing to them. It's not right, because I do get scared. I do get scared for me and my family. I do get scared for other families, because who do we turn to? We have nobody to turn to, and that scares me. What if my kids are by themselves? They have nobody to turn to. When these are the people that we're supposed to turn to, they're the biggest gangs out there. I mean, they're just like, what's been said, they only have badges, that's it. It's scary. It's very scary for me. I could be driving, I see one, I'm freaking out. It's not because I'm guilty. Again, I'm not guilty. I know what they're about. I know that they like to plan things on you. They like to, just they'll do anything. I don't put nothing past them, because they get away with anything. That's why. And like Lisa said, without anybody, we will stick with each other, because that's all we have. That's all we have is each other now. And you guys need to please, you need to protect us, because we're the ones that fear. We don't know what's their next moves. I don't know what's their next moves. I don't know what they're up to. I don't know, because they could be quiet for a little while. To me, this is what happens to me. They'd be quiet for a little while, and then I see them at the corner of my house. And this is, I have moved cities, and they're at the corner of my house. They're passing by. They're waving to me, and they're the sheriffs. They'll pull me over. They'll ask me what gang I'm from. They'll just, where do I live? And I'm giving them my registration and everything, my ID. So I don't know what more do they want me to tell them. I don't know what more do they want from me. They took everything. I don't know what more. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the remaining time, we have 2 minutes left. Julie, I've unmuted you if you would like to continue making comments.
Thank you. What Leah's pointing out is extremely important for the COC to hear, because it's a breakdown of exactly what happened that day at the shooting. Fortunately, there were 2 bystanders that took videos. And in one of the video footage, after he shoots my grandson, his partner comes over and says, incredulously, you can hear the surprise in her voice, "What happened? What do you do?" Something to that effect. Saavedra answers casually, it's on video, and jokingly, he answers, "He slugged me." Later, to justify Saavedra's claim that he was in danger, this sheriff department can actually unconsciously find a doctor to claim that he got a concussion from my grandson. My grandson was 105 and stood 5 feet. Picture the optics of that. Saavedra understood that it was an unlawful shooting. He created a false narrative that he was under attack by my grandson. And I'd like to ask you this. If Saavedra, the deputy who killed my grandson, was really in any form of danger, the first thing he would have said on that video was, "I feared for my life." He pointed a gun at me. "I need medical help." He said nothing. He jokingly said, "He slugged me." Ask yourself, are we at a point where the sheriff department can justify a shooting by claiming a kid who's 18 years old slugged a police officer? The video also shows Paul running away from Saavedra, and it also shows him just doing what we call a panic shooting, just unfettered jolly of shots at my grandson. And yet they do not allow the paramedics to go and help my grandson. You can physically see him struggling for breath and still moving. Saavedra's partner on video is yelling out, "Do not move," to my grandson. They do not allow the paramedics to come in. Why? They claim that they are securing the scene. There is no danger. There was no gun. There was no gun pointed at him. There was no one else shooting except a sheriff deputy. And this is an excuse that they use at many of these scenes. You should investigate it. They claim in quotation marks that they are securing the scene. And that is why my grandson did not get medical help immediately after this particular shooting. I think it's extremely important that you continue to allow families that have been impacted by deputy shootings to come and speak about what is going on and walk you through the step-by-step process of how this actually occurred. The fact that a former district attorney, Jackie Lacey, found nothing wrong, nothing out of policy, is actually speaks to the corruption that occurred between the former district attorney and the LA County Sheriff Department. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I hope you continue to allow families to speak about what happened.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. Thank you to both families. Your statements and your sharing the tremendous trauma that you continue to have is incredibly important and powerful to all the members of this commission. And you can be rest assured that we will continue having family impact remarks, and hopefully we will move them up to an earlier part of the commission meetings to give everybody an opportunity to listen to you and to feel your pain. And so thank you to both families. I'm sorry you had to wait so long this morning, but I appreciate your being here, and we will, as I said, continue hearing from families. They're an important part of what is presented during this commission. We have run out of time. I do want a couple of remarks from our executive director. And I think all we're probably going to have time for after that is general public comment. So Mr. Williams, do you have something that you want to add at this point? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just again, my heart goes out to the families, and know that we're doing all we can, and we'll do even more to ensure that the families are taken care of and that we stop these shootings that are occurring. There were some announcements that I wanted to make. I will just send those out to an email and post those on our website about our upcoming events. So thank you, Chair Rubin.
Thank you. We had as always, a jam-packed commission meeting. Jennifer, how many requests for public comment do we have?
We have about 10 individuals who have signed up for public comment.
All right, let's proceed. And again, we're going to have to limit it to 1 minute, 1 minute apiece.
Okay, and first an announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes, si necesitan traducción al español, por favor digan la palabra español antes de empezar sus comentarios y alguien traducirá sus comentarios cuando terminen de hablar.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Michelle. Michelle, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, thank you. You talk about the symptom, not the problem. The Sheriff's Department is the problem. And the families come up here and they've been talking and letting you know for years and years now. And it seems like it's pretty awful because the organizations on the outside are the ones that are trying to support these families with trauma. And you hear their stories over and over again. And it's awful to sit here and listen to you talk about budgets and presentations when the Sheriff's Department is getting away with killing families, Black and brown families, and they continue to do it day after day. They go with impunity. They're unchecked. They investigate themselves. We hear the reports over and over again about the Sheriff's Department, and yet nobody's talking about they're the ones that are shooting. They're the ones that are using their bullets. We keep talking about let's put money into mental health. Let's put money into this and that, but we still have a problem. It's the sheriff's department. They are the cause.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Unisys Hernandez. Please go ahead with your comment. Unisys Hernandez, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Oh, I have no public comment. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Valerie Estrada. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, this is the Anthony Vargas. I wanted to hit on the subject of deputy gangs and the harassment of the families and my mental health and what it's done to have the officer that killed Anthony across the street from where his last residence was. I'm walking around with a body camera. I have dash cams and I have about a 10 mounted camera system on my house. And this isn't for the protection from like outside civilians. This is from like sheriff's department. I'm not sure if the next time that, you know, I get followed and they decide to pull me over, if I'm going to pull over, because I don't know what they're going to do next. I don't know if they're going to try to shoot me. I don't know if I'm going to become the next hashtag. But like, I'm fucking tired of calling in and just like expressing and calling for a plea for help for some sort of protection for the families. They abducted Jaylene. They abducted Paul Reyes' sister. Like, I don't know what next has to happen for you guys to like do something.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Julie Martinez. It seems that Julie will be the last individual that has signed up for public comment that has not already exceeded the 3-item comment. If you believe you have signed up for public comment, but you have not been called yet, please raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host. So Julie, you're unmuted again. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to have to go rather fast in 1 minute. I want to draw attention to the sheriff previously asking for more funding to hire more police officers. The average, more deputy sheriffs, the average earns over $80,000, not including inflated overtime. This is the most unprofessional department in the nation. I'm just going to read a list of some of the things because I really don't have enough time. Many of the sheriffs are maskless. When people ask them, they laugh. They say COVID is fake. My granddaughter was approached outside of her middle school by the same sheriffs who killed her brother. She was also approached by the same sheriff at a local shopping center, minding her own business, but these sheriffs continue to harass. Last Sunday at David Ordez's death, one of the sheriffs pulled up his sheriff car, turned on his loud music, and was singing and dancing at the scene of the crime of which this man was killed unfairly. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Wetland. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Michelle.
Yes, there's just a complete failure at every level of LASD. We've had a DA come today begging for a way to investigate corrupt law enforcement. Besides the bullying and the atrocities we heard directly today from the families of the murdered, I have listened to Max Huntsman and Kennedy reciting the crimes of the sheriff's department week in and week out for I don't know how long now. I'm a volunteer crisis responder. You all are volunteer committee members. We can create community safety for less expense. Any money that you can take away from this corrupt body, please do it. I have no problem with this department being 1,000 less in personnel when it's hired over 1,800 in the 2 years previously. This whole department needs to be defunded. Do all that you can within your powers to recommend for the Board of Supervisors to do so.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Doretta Thompson. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Doretta.
Yes, thank you. I just want to reach in and say that my heart really goes out to all the families that spoke. It is indeed a tragedy, what we are all experiencing and specifically what they're experiencing. I also want to just encourage us to just remain calm as possible, not to be hyper vigilant, to escalate matters. All of us working together collectively, strategizing, creating cohesion amongst communities will definitely assist us greatly in moving forward and hopefully establishing the type of investigative unit that District Attorney Gascon mentioned. I think that would be very helpful, as well as continuing to keep us abreast of the various forms of mental health awareness. I mean, it's not just serious mental illness, but it's also depression, anxiety, and stress. And I hear a lot of that on the call today. So thank you and much love to you all.
Thank you. And I just have a quick question of clarification for the chair or the executive director. I understand that there's a limit of commenting on 3 items at 2 minutes each. So in this instance where we limited one of the comments to 1 minute, do individuals get to have a total of 4 comments to make 6 minutes? Or if they've already commented 3 times, is their time over?
Okay, that's not a problem.
I believe.
Okay, are you at the water?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I believe it's 3 times on 3.
Okay. Then in that case, we are complete with public comment for the general public comment item.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, and thank you to everybody. Sorry that we ran out of time. We had many things to talk about, certainly many issues raised about the Sheriff's Department budget presentation, which I think raises more questions than were answered. If anybody from the District Attorney's Office is still listening, we very much appreciated hearing from the District Attorney and certainly from the ODR representatives, and most importantly from the families of Paul Rea and Anthony Vargas. So with that, the next meeting of the Civilian Oversight Commission is Thursday, April 15th. You can get more information on the website coc.lacounty.gov. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.